Yeah, I'm pretty sure that worked.
That is so cool.
Yeah, very
cool. Whoa, what was that? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that worked.
Uh-oh.
That's the delay that happens every time. That's so cool.
Yeah, somebody has some YouTube. Whoa, what was that?
Sorry if that was me.
No problem. Welcome to the Full 42. Today we have Peter Vaughan with us.
Hey, everybody.
Tell everybody something about you.
Banner, banner, banner.
Oh, right.
No, you don't have to do that. I mean, I guess if I'm on the show, I like some of the same things you guys like. I'm rather obsessed with. I'll do one that. So I love games, right? Most of the people who know me know that I talk about tabletop games a lot. I actually have designed one for. My first game was for Facebook. I made a Facebook game at the same time Farmville was out to try and compete with that, to try and give people something else to play besides Farmville. And then I coded the game for Amazon Kindle. And that was so hard to do all the programming. I almost don't remember that part of my life, but it was fun. I did program for a while.
That's cool. And now you have a board game company called Cardboard Alchemy.
Yep.
Cool. You got an image of your last game behind you, I see.
This is the this is the Doom. Whoops, can get it right here. This is Mission Catastrophe background. It was a Kickstarter last fall where you're all on a doomed ship. So it plays 1 to 6. You can play competitive or cooperative or team, but you basically are trying to get enough resources to get off the ship into the possibly only escape pod that works. So yeah, Mission Catastrophe is a lot of fun.
It's a fun game. I played it a couple of times on Tabletop Simulator. Really enjoyed it. Michael, you got to play it?
I haven't, but I backed it. I'm looking forward to it.
One of the reasons why we really liked it is that the core is really good. Like the solid center is a little bit like a pandemic. It feels that way because the ship. It feels like the ship is being damaged all the time, right? So if you roll a 7, on 2 dice, it hits the engine room. And so therefore it has this sort of a la Machikoro, it has that sort of dice probability. And then it also has, Pandemic has that feel of you're rushing against the clock, the same card comes up and the same room gets damaged. So it has that feeling of, you're trying to get off this thing intensely.
Whoa, what just happened to you?
Sorry.
Earthquake.
The Mission Catastrophe conversation is very.
It was funny because the background stayed the same.
Yes, I'm in the ship and it's not stable, so we're, things can happen.
That was funny. Well, cool. So Peter's here. I believe we're going to be playing a game of Mike's design. Ooh, probably made so that I fell horribly as revenge against me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Because he did so horrible against Katya. I actually put this in here just to remind me to say I have not ever gotten to say this, but please like and subscribe. That's the first time in 11 episodes I've ever remembered to say it.
Wow. All right.
We'll see if it makes any difference.
Smash the like button.
Yeah. And if you hate it when people ask that, dislike. Hit the thumbs down. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Just let us know you're watching.
Wow. Bold.
Not really. I found out YouTube doesn't care if you say like or dislike. As long as you give some reaction, YouTube starts showing you to people. So
excellent.
Before we get into it, for those of you that are in our Facebook group, I've been posting things to vex Mike, apparently. I posted, let me share it here. I posted a, there we go. Which movie posters are these from? And they're little thumbnail pizzas.
Those are hard. I'm just going to say it.
They're very easy if you already know the answer.
They're still difficult. Sure. Even when you do know the answer, you're like, wait a minute, where on the poster is that?
Right. So
would say I got some of the board game ones that were stumping. You know, I guess maybe I don't stare at movie posters enough. Is the thing is.
yeah, so I think it was last week. Yeah, last week we did movie poster ones. I mean, not board game cover ones. Yeah.
Where Chris zoomed in to like pixel size
Yeah,
images.
I might go back and do those again, but not make them quite so difficult. But
They were
I
good.
promised to give the answers here. So if you want to give a hand trying to figure these out, you can pause right now and try to figure each one out. But here are the answers. So both of you already know what number one is. We talked about it right before the show started. And that is Back to the Future.
I guess Terminator, by the way, everybody. I don't know my fire.
Terminator 2 would have been a great, because remember the intro where it was like fire and the skull came in and everything?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as you didn't say Backdraft. If you said Backdraft, we probably wouldn't have you on the show.
So yeah, right there at his foot, right in the middle. I picked a good spot. That's an easy one.
Yeah.
Right?
So easy, yeah.
Super easy.
I believe Nathan Abershoff got that in Facebook. Number two, I don't think anybody got number two.
You know what it made me think of? First, it made me think of like Black Cauldron or something, and then but it's not cartoony, right? So I was like, okay, that can't be it.
Black Cauldron, by the way, I believe is on Disney Plus, and I rewatched it recently. The animation is tough. It's tough to watch.
Yeah.
I still love the story, though. I kind of wish they'd redo it.
Yeah.
I actually played on like a Tandy 1000 or something. An old, it was kind of like a King's Quest or a Space Quest kind of built game where you walked around. You had the little pig. It was really bad. Played it all the time. I had nothing else. So number two, Mike, did you have a guess?
No, I was going down Dracula, Van Helsing, like that kind of route, but I couldn't get it.
It is in semi-horror, kind of like comedy horror, if you really.
Oh,
man. Damn it.
Wow. It's a great movie.
Yeah, I try to pick fun movies. I didn't try to pick, movies that nobody knows. But, again, nobody remembers the little castle.
Now that's a movie I should go rewatch again.
Yes, everybody should see this. And then the series afterwards, too, right? Mike, you said you know what number three is.
Oh, I know it.
I don't think you told me what it is. Have you guessed what it is, Peter?
Wait, so this one made me think of Die Hard. Like you took buildings in like not Nakatomi, but like you took some buildings, but it's too dark.
Nope, not Die Hard.
Yeah.
All right, Mike, do you know what it is?
It has to do with a foursome.
Yeah, you know what it is.
Might have had a master.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the original one.
Yep,
1990.
The buildings are all distorted perspective. I got you.
Yeah. Yep. Of course, I couldn't do any of the turtles otherwise.
Right.
I believe 4 got answered in the Facebook. Did you guys get that?
No.
Nope.
Yeah.
Singing in the Rain.
Wow.
I'm a big fan of this movie. I grew up
That
with it.
looked like lava was erupting from something. Did not look like letters.
Oh no, it's the leg right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it all makes sense now that we see it. Sure.
Yeah, of course. Mike, I know you got number 5. Could you guess number 5, Peter?
Like it's terrible at this game.
This is one of my favorite movies.
It is a great movie.
Oh, love it.
Shaun of the Dead.
Oh man, look at that.
I picked her right at the top too.
See, I just remember the main characters. I don't remember what the heck's going on in the poster.
Everybody focuses right on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I almost did an Indiana Jones one and did like one of the faces that they put off to the side and stuff. But that style of drawing, like people get it right away.
Sure.
Yeah.
Number 6, I think, Mike, you got that one too.
Yep. I'm shocked no one guessed this one in the chat.
Yeah.
Like that was shocking.
Did you have and this is the main character actually.
It's almost dead center of the
Yeah.
movie poster too, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Do you know what it is, Peter?
It's what, somebody's shirt, right? I mean, I don't know what.
Yeah, I'll give that to you. It is.
Oh yeah. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah. All right. I got you.
There we go. Yep. Always a fun one. I did not realize that this was what's his name? The guy that did Iron Man and Mandalorian.
Favreau.
Yeah, Favreau's movie.
What's funny is that the coat told me it was an elf, and I was immediately thinking of Legolas, and I was like, "No, that's not a Lord of the Rings like
Wrong
cover."
elf. Wrong elf.
Definitely wrong elf.
Someone else, I believe Nathan in the Facebook group again got this one. I thought my brother would actually get it because he's such a huge fan. I am too.
There are comments coming in the chat, and Don got 7 just now.
Oh, good.
There you go, Don. Don also got one of the other ones, but we haven't gotten there yet.
7. What do you put for 7?
Well, let's see. Can Peter figure it out?
No, believe me, I'm not great at these.
What is TWOK?
Come on. Really? Even I know that.
Well, it's not number 7.
It is. It's the Wrath of Khan.
Oh, okay. Well, I was thinking he would put the ST in front of it. You're right. It is the Wrath of Khan.
That was a good one.
Off here.
That was tough. That was a good one.
Man, I gotta study something.
Those things that sort of look like Jawas, but they're not Jawas.
They're not Jawas. Oh, what about number 8? Now, the best thing about number 8 is it was even mentioned the last episode.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that Sigourney Weaver?
It is not.
I'm lost.
How about I give a big clue? We'll see if Don can get this one here.
Don called you out too, Chris. He said you lost some nerd cred.
I know. Well, you didn't put that ST in front of it, so.
He's just looking for a reason.
Yeah. Number 8, I'll give you a big clue. That actress is Courtney Cox.
What?
A lot of people don't even remember that she was in this.
Did she just do some other things besides? Yeah, she did, but what were they?
Before Friends. Yeah, it's totally.
Is it the movie poster for Bruce Springsteen's Dancing in the Dark?
No. Makes me. Don says it makes me think of Pump Up the Volume. I loved that movie when I was a kid. By the way, it is not
Courtney Cox. Is it? It's not Scream. What else? Oh, come on! Wow.
Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
She was really young.
Wow.
And the whole, New York landscape, I guess that's New York, the cityscape totally takes you out of the fantasy world thinking about it, right?
Wow.
John, nobody saw that movie. I agree. What the heck? I didn't know that was out.
I've seen that movie like 20 times. What do you mean?
Yeah, honestly, those very few people that saw it want to forget that they saw it. So for you to bring it up is awful.
It was bad. It was good bad, though. The kind like we turn to, right? Maybe I'm the only one. All right. But the next one, number 9, is really good. Like, it's one of my favorite movies.
I don't understand how it's not Russell Crowe's leg.
It's not Russell Crowe's leg.
I know it's not. I don't understand how it's not.
I'll even tell you, it has nothing to do. The movie has nothing to do with Roman times or anything like that.
I'm with Don on that one. I couldn't get over the fact that it's not Gladiator.
I mean, I was the first thought that popped in my head was like Pretty Woman or something, like it's in the lobby, but it's too much shoe and strap and stuff. So.
Oh wow, Mike! Why did you watch that? Oh.
Because it's not a good movie, but yeah, it's if you have the nostalgia, then
sometimes you just get bored and you start trying to watch old movies, and I especially in quarantine times, I feel like I'm just going, all right, what I went through all of Die Hard, and then I started thinking, oh, I'll go watch Beverly Hills Cop or something. I mean, like you start going like, I'll just go back.
I keep meaning to do the Lord of the Rings all through the Hobbit and all the Lord of the Rings and all that stuff. The problem is that when I do stuff like that, I kind of want it off to the side while I work, and those kind of movies, I won't work. I'll just keep watching. I need stuff that I don't need to look at. Like I can almost just listen to.
Yeah.
Found out I can't do that with Star Wars either. So. All right. So number 9 is.
I like Don's guess of Fifth Element. Oh, the what?
Wow.
Yeah.
That's something.
Wow, I've never ever seen that ever.
You've never seen the cover of that?
I've never seen that movie poster.
It was such a weird trailer because they have a lot of that in there. And you were just like, what is going on in this movie?
Nope.
Wow.
That movie poster does not tie the room together. That's for sure.
I think we talked about. Oh, no. That was offline. I think we talked about it offline. Yeah. And then number 10, someone got pretty quickly. I think my brother got this pretty quickly.
Yeah, Don got it in the chat too.
Oh, okay. Where is it?
I think it was the first thing Don guessed.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That was my guess too. I guess the only one that I would get. Right.
I mean, I wanted to put it in there because it's such a big movie, at least, in my lifetime. But where else, unless I just give you Blue, which
there's no part of that poster that doesn't give that away. The swimmer, something. Yeah.
I thought about doing the water line. Yeah. But then I get yelled at for showing only 1 pixel.
Sure.
Right. As you should.
Thank you, Peter.
Cheers, Chris. That was fun, and I'll seek to get better than 1 out of 10 in my next trivia contest with you guys.
I might do board games again this week. We'll see. All right, so Mike here. Oh, I forgot to put up the little movie poster thing. Oh well, that'll make it hard for me to do timestamps later.
You're just making it more difficult on yourself.
I am. All right, but Mike has a game for us, Peter.
All right.
I do. It's going to be fun.
Excellent.
You say.
So hopefully each of you have something to write with and something to write on, right?
I remember you telling me to do that. Hold on.
Perfect.
Do I need a lot? Because I have like little squares of paper. But do I need like whole paper? This is
one piece is absolutely perfect.
And should I use like this? On the
sure. Yeah.
That's what I figured.
Oh god. Siri's talking. Sorry about that.
Wow.
I accidentally hit the button.
Yeah, that giant marker is great. You can use a pencil in case you want to erase, a crayon if you wanted. For those that are watching at this point, if you also want to, that's perfect. Just don't pass out on camera, please. Jeez. If you would also like to grab something to write with and something to write on, we are not going to go over the answers right away, so you can play along and see how well you do. And afterwards, maybe put your score in the comments, either in Discord or on our Facebook group. Yes, you definitely need to watch The Big Lebowski. It is fantastic.
He says he's tried twice.
To watch it? Wow, I wonder what's...
Yeah.
Huh.
There are those... It has nothing to do with the movie itself, but there are certain movies where you try and it's just you're tired, you fall asleep, and then you do it again and fall asleep that next time, and you just go, I can't.
Yeah.
You know what's weird is the first time I ever saw Napoleon Dynamite, I hated it. And I was by myself, and I was just like, this movie's stupid. And then I watched it again, but I think I don't remember who I was with, a friend or something. And just being able to laugh about the stupid moments together made it all different. And now I love them. So
it's funny. That's a lot of board games too, right? It depends on the experience that you're having with the people at the table. If you play a game with people that aren't having fun or aren't enjoying it, you could also suffer from it, even though the game is good or the experience is good.
Yeah, that's the reason why I didn't back Brass was because my only experience with Brass was I was at a convention And the guy was like, hey, let me teach you brass, and I'll sit down to any game if I don't know it and just go through it, right? Well, almost any game. And the guy taught us just enough to start and then started destroying us relentlessly and going, oh, did I not tell you that you could do this? Ha ha ha, kind of stuff. Oh, just hated it so much. And so when the Kickstarter came out, I said, yep, that looks beautiful, but I'm out. I can't get that bad experience out of my head. And it seems like a game I would love if I didn't have that experience. So, yeah.
Got to be a good teacher.
Yeah, good teaching really helps.
Yep.
All right, I interrupted your game.
No, you're fine. It gave people an opportunity to go grab a writing utensil and something to write on. All right, so here's the game. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I am going to read something, and you are going to write down your guess at that something. At the end, if you are the only person to guess it correctly, you'll get 2 points. If you both guess it correctly, you'll each get 1 point.
Okay.
Whoever has the most points wins.
Cool. How many questions?
There are 10.
All right.
With an example. So technically 11, but one won't count.
All right.
So the game is going to be board games that are poorly described.
Oh, okay. I'm horrible at these, so
perfect. This is exactly what I want to hear. These are taken from Board Game Geek. And just a little, just so you know where the games are coming from, with one exception, all of these games are in the BGG Top 400.
Okay.
And with one exception, all of these games have been released since 2010.
Okay.
I wanted to use Twister. It was really funny, but they've all come out since 2010. So, for example, what would you say if I explained to you this is not a board game. This is outside of the board game realm, but something where the main character was transported to a surreal landscape. A young girl kills the first person she meets, then teams up with 3 other strangers to kill again.
I would say
Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz it is.
Okay, so I got to work on my game skills.
Did not technically meet the person she killed, unless you mean from before.
Technically. Okay. So here is your first poorly described. Now remember, just write it down, and we'll go over them after. Don't give them give any answers away.
Sure.
Okay. So your clue is an afternoon shoplifting with your friends. Remember, these are board games. And this board game is poorly described as an afternoon shoplifting with your friends.
Crap.
That is.
Can we go back to movies?
Incorrect answer.
Wow.
Peter, looked like you wrote down something pretty quickly there.
I did, but I'm really wondering if it's in the top 400.
Well, he did say there was an exception, right?
I know, but like the exception out of the gate, I don't know.
Wow.
I can run down them again too.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna write a note. I don't have a guess, and we'll come back to it. All right.
Okay. Your second one. For more power, stand on a calendar for as long as you can. For more power, stand on a calendar as long as you can. Good?
Solid.
Good.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Next one. You might be assassinated for not knowing that a pupil is a body part. You might be assassinated for not knowing that a pupil is a body part.
Okay. I don't think this is right, but
Okay. That's even better. Peter, you good?
Good is a word. All right, that's fine. Let's go.
Okay. I have number 5, but the first one was the movie. So number 4, live alone in the woods with animals and mate with your relatives.
Okay.
Live alone in the woods with animals and mate with your relatives.
I can turn around and look bewildered, right? Just, I don't. Okay. That is wrong.
Freaking funny though. We're good?
Yeah.
I guess.
Okay. Colonize the planet with cube-shaped ships. Wow, that's a tongue twister. Colonize the planet with cube-shaped ships.
Uh-oh. Why don't I know this one?
Man, I feel like I know what it is, but
Colonize the planet with cube-shaped ships.
that's probably wrong, but okay.
Perfect.
Yeah, something, yeah.
I would rather them be wrong anyway. Number 6.
Yep.
Sure.
Fun with corruption at border crossings. Fun with corruption at border crossings.
I don't like that Peter seems to be getting at least the ones that I'm getting. I think I'm behind here. Every time I go, oh, I know this, I look up and he's like, yep.
I got them all wrong, okay? Except for number 2, but
Yeah.
they're wild guesses everywhere else.
Even better. We're good?
Yep.
All right, number 7. Colorful windows ruined by dots.
Thank you for that one.
I don't need to repeat that one, do I?
No.
Nope.
Okay. Number 8. Neighbors get involved in atrocious displays of one-upsmanship.
I feel like that sounds like a game. I can't remember because I never played it.
Yeah.
I'll probably say that's false. Neighbors get involved in atrocious displays of one-upsmanship.
Wow. Okay. What the heck is that one?
They'll all make sense.
No.
It's even sadder if they're in my collection and I don't know it.
I know, that's what I'm really afraid of. I'm okay if I haven't played it or something.
I picked only games that are behind Chris.
That'd be messed up.
All right, we're good with that one?
No, I don't know. Okay, that's okay.
By the way, I want, for the record, I am going to make a stupid guess rather than no guess on everyone I don't know.
Sure.
I mean, because I'm not going to I'll just pick a game for
That's a good policy. I should at least do that for number 1. I still don't know what that is. So
we'll go back. All right, number 9. Characters are chosen to explore a factory filled with strange and wondrous things. Characters are chosen to explore a factory filled with strange and wondrous things.
Oof.
Did you say children are chosen or characters?
Characters?
Characters.
Okay. That's a different game.
Totally different game.
Wow.
I'm glad someone's confident. I'm just going to start looking blatantly now. I have the idea. Actually, what?
Don't know.
TV, you get to look at the back of my head.
Oh, it's so great. When you find out that they're all in your screen, it's going to be awesome.
You're lying. I know you're lying. There's no way you did that. That would be so... I would not
Awesome.
forgive you if you did that.
I would never.
All right, this is incorrect, but I'll write it. Okay.
Perfect. All right, and the last one. Save the dog, let the cat burn, don't care about the rest.
What?
Save the dog, let the cat burn, don't care about the rest. Plenty of information there for you.
I mean, there should be, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Do I not know games? I don't know what's wrong with me.
I know. I guess I need to get in another industry. I don't know anything.
Well, I'm going to write a very fun wrong answer for that one.
Perfect. Even better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the name of that is because I don't know it. Something. Save cats.
Cat burn.
Yeah, you don't save cats.
No. You let the cats burn.
You save dogs. I think you're just making this up to throw me off. I can't even think of games with dogs at this point. I'm going to write the same game for every one of these.
That's a way to go.
Yeah, man.
Are you want me to go over them again?
Yes, please. Actually, I only need the one. I mean, you can go over them if you want real quick, but
All right, you get stuck on one. I'll read through the rest, and by the time I read through the rest, then we'll go back and go over the answers. Don is saying he's going to get 1 point, so that's your bar.
That might beat me.
All right, the first one: an afternoon shoplifting with your friends. Number 2: for more power, stand on a calendar for as long as you can. Number 3: you might be assassinated for not knowing that a pupil is a body part. I don't know who just messaged me, but I'll get back to you later. Number 4: live alone in the woods with animals and mate with your relatives. Number 5: colonize the planet with cube-shaped ships. Number 6: fun with corruption at border crossings. Number 7: colorful windows ruined by dots. Number 8: neighbors get involved in atrocious displays of one-upsmanship. Number 9: characters are chosen to explore a factory filled with strange and wonderful things. And number 10: save the dog, let the cat burn, don't care about the rest. Those are your 10.
Wow.
All right,
Yep.
I've written in
maybe 2 points in there.
Maybe 2. All right. So Peter's going for 2.
I think I'm going to get 2.
Chris is saying 2. Don is saying he might get 2.
I have a shot at 4.
Okay.
All right.
So number 1. I don't know. I want to give you guys the opportunity to guess, but I will tell you the ranking and the year it came out to see how far off you are.
Okay.
Peter, I did give the exception right out of the gate.
Okay.
This game is currently 504 on BGG, and it was released in 2017.
That seems early for my answer.
All right, what was your answer?
Magic Maze.
Chris, what'd you guess?
I couldn't think of anything, so I put Dwellings of Elderville.
Perfect, yeah, because that totally fits the
Shoplifting. There's a shoplifting group.
There is. Unfortunately, Peter got 2 points for that one. It is Magic Maze.
Yes.
Well done.
I've never played that.
Okay, 2017.
I've heard about it.
2017 is. I thought it was later, but
Yeah.
my group hated that game. I thought this will be so cool because you can play up to 8, and it's you don't talk. You all try and play at the same time without talking, and you just try and get in the groove with each other. There's a timer where you can like take a break and talk or whatever. Everyone's like, I don't want to play another minute of this game. I hate it. But I thought it was cool, and I wanted to play more. But
I always wanted to play it, but I was pretty sure my group wouldn't like it that much either, so I just never did. We should do it in a convention. I'd like to give it a try.
It has got one of my two favorite components in games ever. One is Sheriff of Nottingham with the bag. We talked about this on the components thing with Katia. That moment where the sheriff decides to check your bag and that snap happens. That is one of my coolest. The other one is that damn red, whatever that is, when you're trying to get someone to use their thing and you're slamming it in front of them.
Tap. Look
it's
over
the
here.
most frustrating ever when you're like, I don't know. You can't talk. You're totally quiet. And someone's slamming this thing in front of you. You're like, I don't know. I want to kill you. I hate you right now. So cool.
And the reason why I immediately thought I can't be right is because I knew it couldn't be ranked up there. I'm actually surprised at 500, but
I thought that got like a Spiels the Yard nomination or something, didn't it?
that's why it's 500. It was a Spiel Desire nomination.
Yep.
That's why it's up there. People wanted to play it. I wanted to play it. Everyone wanted to play it. It was also what I thought also was kind of bizarre, but no one seemed to care. Is that so? It would be crazy theme, right? You're like an elf and a dwarf, and you're stealing things out of a mall. I mean, it was weird, but also even weirder is that 2 of the things are a class in D&D, and 2 of them are a race in D&D. I don't know why they did that. Like,
Probably this one with theme, like whatever. If someone was supposed to be silent or something like that.
I mean, they either give me like bard, rogue, barbarian, whatever, or give me elf, dwarf. I mean, but they mixed it. I was like, okay. It's the little things.
It's a weird thing yeah. Well, that's the developer in you, nitpicking little things.
It's a minor thing. Like I said, that was not what the group thought. Did not stop anyone. It was the non-talking or something.
All right.
I've played it with both people that love it and people that hate it, and the people that hate it really hate it, and the people that love it have a good time with it.
Yeah.
Don did make a good point. I think that is a great synopsis of Magic Maze. I hate you right now. Because inside, that's all you're saying to the person slamming it in front of you is, I hate you right now.
Go up the escalator. Come on.
I'm the same. Oh, I didn't know that. All right, number 2.
All right.
For more power, stand on a calendar for as long as you can. It is currently ranked number 41.
Ooh.
And it came out in 2012. Your guesses? Let's go with Chris this time.
Zolkin.
Peter?
That is the same.
It is the correct answer.
Yeah, when you said that, I was like, oh, I know it. And I wrote it, and I looked up, and Peter was just looking confident. I was like, man.
Yep. I gave you a couple softballs throughout the 10.
I will say that I didn't like my first play of that game because it was too much going on. But I learned that, I mean, first of all, I guess I was also kind of like, how does someone design a game like this? It's all the moving parts, but quite good and enjoy it now. But
yeah, I just don't like the feed your people thing that they always stick in those. But, it's good enough that I overlooked that.
I liked the more recent Teotihuacan or whatever. The dice one is I think better.
Yeah, Teotihuacan.
Yeah.
It's not behind me, but it is in my collection.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I haven't. So you don't have Magic Maze. You do have Tolkien, though, but it's not in your screen, right?
Right, it's in the other room. All my
Okay.
All right.
a lot of my 4th-player rooms.
All right, number 3. You might be assassinated for not knowing that a pupil is a body part. Currently ranked number 93, and it came out in 2015. Peter, your guess.
I don't have a guess, so I'm just gonna throw out Operation. I just have no idea what this was.
All right, Chris.
I put Deception, Murder in Hong Kong.
Okay, you'd both be wrong.
Okay, big fat 0 on that one.
The clue there was assassinated.
Yes, the assassin. But
And
the people.
Oh, I know what it is.
What is it?
Is it code names?
It sure is Codenames.
Oh, that makes total sense now.
Too late.
Yep. So if you did Pupil 2, and then you guess the wrong one, you could get assassinated.
The body part thing threw me. I was like, what has body parts in it?
Code names. What a good game. That's a good one.
I actually like Duet better than any of the other. Well, to be fair, I haven't done any of the IP ones, the Marvel or Disney.
I got a couple people saying they went with Werewolf.
Yeah, 2 went with Werewolf. That's pretty good. I'm curious with the connection, like what triggered Werewolf for Don and Mike? Was it the pupil or just the assassination?
The assassin made me think of like, do I not know something about Avalon, or like, is there a game that is all about? So that's why Werewolf. I think it makes sense to go for the killing, but
good. I'm glad I stumped you all. That's perfect. I thought long and hard for these. Like I wanted them to make sense, and they weren't like, "What the hell is he talking about?" But these, I did not come up with these. These were already in a list that I picked from that made sense for the game that it was. So
okay.
Closing.
All right, I got to know the incestuous one here. What's going on?
Yeah. So number 4, live alone in the woods with animals and mate with your relatives. Chris, what was your answer?
I put Everdell. It's the only thing I could think of with a forest.
And
Peter?
I also put Everdell because I did not know.
That's great.
So it is not Everdell.
Okay.
The game is currently 32 on the list. It came out in 2007.
Whoa.
Wow. The animal
begins with an A. The game begins with an A.
Someone's guessed it in the chat. Don.
And Don would have guessed it correctly.
Yeah.
I actually thought of that, and what is with the mating of the relatives?
Agricola really has mating with your relatives?
I mean, thematically, even in the 2-player one,
I like Mike. So he's just going to answer werewolf for everyone.
Werewolf's going to be everything.
Don is beating 2 points.
Yeah, I thought that was a good one. All right, so Don is playing for all of the internet right now. And I believe Don is at 3 points.
I'm at 3, so we'd be tied. All right.
I'm looking to see if Don got the
Tolkien. He should have, right?
I don't know what answer was in there.
I think they put werewolves.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that was number 4. Number 5, colonize the planet. Oh, werewords is really good.
Yeah, Don says just 2, but he's still beating me. So,
all right, Don's got 2. Thanks for being honest, Don. I had you down for 3. Number 5, colonize the planet with cube-shaped ships.
I need them. Come on.
Yeah, what is it?
I don't think it's this because I don't remember the ships being cubes, but I'm going to say Alien Frontiers.
And Chris, your guess?
I put Mission Red Planet.
Mission Red Planet would be incorrect. It is Alien Frontiers. Peter, 2 points. Yep.
Really? I didn't remember cubes in there. I remember the dice that go around. Are there like
cubes? I mean, the ships are cube-shaped. It's not a lie.
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe they're cube shapes. I knew you were colonizing, but wow, it was hard not to think terraforming Mars in your head the whole time. Mm-hmm. You know.
So, Peter, 2 points.
Beyond the Sun is actually really good. I don't know if
all right, this will make up for the really bad ones towards the end that I have no idea.
I hoped I had that. All right.
Good job. All right, number 6. we have fun with corruption at border crossings. Oh, before I go into that one, Alien Frontiers currently is at 238, and it was released in 2010.
And Mike Vandermeen points out there are cool plastic domes for Alien Frontiers, but are those the
Sure.
domes?
There are definitely cool plastic domes.
I have them with mine, but I got mine through the Kickstarter, so maybe it's just a Kickstarter thing.
Yeah.
I think they also came in one of the expansion packs, maybe.
Yeah, and those little rocket dice too.
That is a game I wish I owned, for sure.
Great game. I haven't played it.
It's a really good one. All right, so on to number 6, fun with corruption at border crossings.
Yeah.
This one is currently ranked 371, and it came out in 2014.
I think I got it.
Chris,
Wait,
what's your answer?
2014? Uh-oh, you got me questioning now.
What'd you have down?
Sheriff of Nottingham?
And Peter, yours?
I said Lords of Waterdeep because I didn't know.
Lords of Waterdeep would have been a good answer, but it is Sheriff of Nottingham. Chris gets 2 points for that one.
Wow. I didn't know it was that late. Or
2014.
I didn't know it was that far back. Huh.
Yep, Don got it too. Sheriff of Nottingham. Good job. 2 points for Don.
Still beating me.
That is correct. That's a correct answer. All right, number 7. Colorful windows ruined by dots. If you don't get this, I'll be upset with both of you. It is currently ranked 150, and it came out in 2017. Peter, your answer.
Sagrada.
Yeah.
And Chris?
Sagrada. I think
Sagrada is the right answer.
1, 2, yeah.
I was like, finally way up.
So 1 point for everybody, since everybody got it.
I almost answered. No, it's rude. I'm not going to do it.
Don, go play Sagrada. It's fantastic.
You did guess it too.
Yes. Well, it made sense, right? The Windows was the softball lob.
Yeah. Remember, they are about 10 seconds behind us, so they're guessing before you get the answer, I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh, perfect. It plays even better then. All right, number 8. I'm surprised at this one that you thought so hard on that. I think Peter got it. I don't know about Chris.
No.
So for number 8, the clue was neighbors get involved in atrocious displays of one-upsmanship. The game is ranked 61. 61, and it came out in 2010.
I thought this was the exception. I put Monopoly.
Monopoly is incorrect. Peter,
I'm also lost. I was thinking like Pret-a-Porter or something because I just don't know. I just have no idea.
that is also an incorrect guess. So no points for you.
Nope.
Don saying Lords of Vegas. Interesting.
61 though on the rankings. My goodness, what the heck could it be?
I know.
Wow.
Neighbors.
What's it start with?
A number?
It starts with a number.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Seven Wonders?
It sure is.
Wow.
One-upsmanship. I kept thinking like there must be a game where like you got to beat the Johnsons across the street. Like I was
exactly. The neighbors did not make you think adjacent players, did it?
Yep. So as soon as one of your neighbors goes military, you have to go military, right? Otherwise, you're staying away from military because you don't have to go military.
That is very.
You don't have to, but yeah.
You have to hate draft science.
Has any one of you played the new Seven Wonders?
Mm-mm.
No.
They actually changed some of the cards. And I only know that because they, against my will, updated my Seven Wonders app to the new Seven Wonders game.
Oh, wow.
I've only just recently started to like it again. I like the new additions to cards because they have a lot of stuff in there now that's like to get more of those winning combat tokens and things even before the combat. But I hate the new design on the app. And it made all the cards like that small and you can't like see everything.
Oof.
Was the app automatically updated?
Yeah, it updated to a brand new version of Seven Wonders.
Wow.
Kind of wish I could have kept both actually. But
I don't like that they're automatically updated. That's garbage.
Yeah. Although I do like the additions to the game. I just don't really like the graphic design to the game. So, well, for an app. I
That's
think probably the game itself looks good.
Sure.
out of all the games we mentioned so far, that's probably one where when it came out, my group probably played that just over and over and over. I mean, granted, it's shorter, but it was like it was. I think Agricola we did that as well. Crazy playing it like as much as possible, but Seven Wonders for sure.
Yeah.
Solid game, deserves to be on the top 100 for sure.
Yeah. Number
Agreed.
16. The next one's even better. So for number 9, characters are chosen to explore a factory filled with strange and wondrous things. This one is ranked 14
14
on the list. Yep. And it came out in 2016. Let's go with Peter. Peter, what is your answer?
Wait, I want to think about it now that it's 14.
All right, Chris,
No.
what is your answer? Well, no, because your answer could influence
No.
Peter, so we'll wait.
I know 14.
14 makes me go, okay, what Stonemeyer game am I not thinking of that somehow?
I actually did put a Stonemeyer game.
I mean, I was
I
like,
don't think it was right, but the
I'll
word,
go with Scythe now because no, it's not.
that's what I put. But yeah, I know it's wrong.
All right, so Chris went with Scythe. Peter?
No, that's what because once you said 14, I had no idea what the character's chosen part was, so I was lost. A factory.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no clue.
it is Scythe.
Power. It isn't.
Really?
Is it? Size.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay. Chosen characters do what at factory?
To explore the factory filled with strange and wondrous things.
See, the strange and wondrous things threw me off really.
Yeah, me
Because you
too.
get a new action when you go there.
I get the only reason why I even thought of
I mean,
Scythe is because of the 14, right?
Yeah,
That's
I
the
won't
only
fight
reason.
because I actually put it, so I get the points. But
Well, technically, you each get one.
you put Scythe too?
Well, no, I only said Scythe because of the 14.
Oh,
But it was like, I don't know. So you should take the 2 on that one. I really didn't know that one.
All right, I'll give Chris the 2. We have a tie going into the last question.
Oh, no. Not the dog.
Wow. Wow.
well, I lost this one.
Well,
We're
we'll
going
see.
to tie.
All right, so number 10, the last one. Save the dog, let the cat burn. Don't care about the rest. This one is currently 346 on the list, and it came out in 2011. Chris, you gave the first answer last round. Peter, what do you think?
2011 is too early for my answer. I
What was
didn't
your
know. So I just went with a game that does have a dog, and it's Dead of Winter.
And that's what Mike put down, too.
It's a good guess.
All right, Chris, yours?
I was putting up other guesses here. Mike guess. I don't know if that was for the last one or this one.
I think it was for the last
I
one.
think it's for the other one. I don't think there's a dog in Shark anymore.
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything, so I just put asking for troubles as to talk about my own
Nice plug. Yeah.
game. Plug my own game.
Is
Has
there
no dog.
a dog in that game?
There is a cat. Sort of.
Do you let it burn?
I mean, give me a minute.
I mean, I almost said Exploding Kittens because you certainly said the cat.
Oh, yeah.
Almost.
So the correct answer is given there by Tim.
Is it Flashpoint?
It sure is.
Too on the nose.
I actually wrote it and scratched it out because I hadn't played it. And I was like,
Cat.
what was
Why
that?
would you burn the cat in that game? Like, what is the reason for
I've
burning?
never played it, so I didn't know. And I was like,
I don't like cats.
Oh, okay. All right, that's fair.
But again, I didn't write these. These were written. These were already written. I just selected. And I thought it was funny.
All right, that's pretty funny.
I had 5 points.
I had 6 down for you.
I
You only
had
5?
6.
I only have 5. I got Scythe and Sagrada. Oh, maybe I didn't mark for Sagrada. Okay, I got Scythe, Sagrada. Was I the only one that got Sheriff of Nottingham?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, and then Zulkin, you're right. I got 6. Look at that.
So we ended with a tie?
You have other ones?
No, that was it. That's all I had.
You know the tiebreaker? Just
tiebreaker.
look to your left, pick out a game, and give us your worst exploit. Now you're on the spot.
Nope.
Well, don't do it right behind you. We can see those.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. We'll have to do a tiebreaker after the show.
All right, all right.
All right, all right. That's
So join
fun.
us on the Discord to find out who really wins the games described poorly competition.
That was fun. Thank you for making those. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really awesome being on this side when you know the answer and you're like, what? This is so easy.
I kind of want to make a set of them and then give those to you guys for your show.
We can always use them. Yeah.
Yeah, do it or post it in the group to people and let people guess on it.
Yeah. That'd be good.
Oh wait, Tim's got. Wait, can we use this? Old man races up top to cover all 4 areas of criminal activity. Old man races up top to cover all 4 areas of criminal activity. Wow, that's a good one, Tim.
Yeah.
Killing Dr. Lucky?
To cover all 4 areas of criminal activity?
4 areas. I don't know.
I can't even think of a.
It makes me think of like Mr. X or.
It's number 3,572. Might be one I know.
I have a guess. I just don't know if he would do that.
Yeah, I don't know. So, did you have a guess, Peter?
I don't. I keep thinking Mr. X or the one that Restoration just stopped thief, but I can't think of what the criminal 4 zones are.
There's that Citadel of Time, but I think he was just throwing stuff.
The all 4 areas of criminal activities would be called. Well, I don't want to give you that one.
This isn't going to be my tiebreaker win. This one.
Yeah. I don't think either one of us is going to get this.
It might be represented in my screen.
Oh no! Hold on, I can fix this. Represented in his screen.
Old man races to the top.
See, the problem is I don't know some of these. Yeah, we can't see all of them though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
All right, I have another clue.
All right.
I may have been involved in designing it.
Wow. I don't know enough of your games.
I mean, is it the animated Batman one?
Yes, it is.
I don't even see it behind you.
It's right here.
Oh, okay, there it is.
I put the actual game in even more.
Oh man. Oh, that's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm just gonna leave it like this.
Nice.
No, let's not do that. Let's change it back. That would be great.
Fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim, for a fun one to think about.
Yeah, that was a good one.
You get back over there.
Perfect. As long as you could even make me smaller and make you two.
I'll have to think of, because you always want to throw in games that like if we were gonna do a Troubles one or whatever. I'll have to think of ones that are games. I haven't really thought of what the Dwellings one would be, but ones that don't obviously give away games we know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Building homes where you are in clear and present danger. Although you're not. Monsters just come across your yard and it doesn't bother you at all.
No.
Game-wise, it's a good decision. Theme-wise, it doesn't quite work, does it?
It might have to do something with like the eight colors or something like that, where you'd be like, "What?"
You can't say the word elements, though.
No, you can't. You can't.
All right. Well, speaking of games that you've worked on, we can start talking about dragons.
Yeah, I was told there'd be dragons in this conversation. I'm very curious how they fit in.
On Dwellings, we used to say that everyone gets a dragon, and I liked that phrase, and so we decided to make a dragon game at Cardboard Alchemy.
And I have pictures here.
Yeah.
Do you want me to pull these up now, or?
Sure. Well, let me just explain this too. So, Cardboard Alchemy is trying to do about two games a year, and we did our first Kickstarter, which was actually about game trays and coasters. The coasters were thematically tied to themes we like. So we opened with a sci-fi game. We want to do, you know, definitely a fantasy theme and definitely, you know, monsters and Cthulhu. We definitely like we want to make sure not every game falls in the same category. So so this one was a very fun looking theme. When we saw it, we were like, yes, we want a game in this world, versus like doing a dry Euro that, you know, like, even though I play those and like those, I don't want cardboard. I want to always make something that is fun to do the art, right? So this one for sure is fun for the art.
So I will share the name of the game, this art one first.
Is this like a first look at the stuff?
This is, yeah, we're about to announce it in our newsletter. So Flamecraft is the name of the game, and it does have dragons. Now the concept is that there are true dragons, you know, the type that you would recognize, that burn stuff down and wreck buildings and destroy towns. And then there are these smaller dragons that have been specifically bred by ancient wizards to be just the best at what they do, craftsmen, you know, basically the best bakers and work at the forge to create magical items. And so they're in our world, you know, they work at the pub, or they, you know, they are part of every town, sort of like the size of maybe dogs, more intelligent than dogs. I mean, the dragons are our friends in this town. So,
Man, I kind of want the Kickstarter to come out with just an art book where it's like, how many dragons can you find? Because I love looking and trying to find all the little dragons in here.
The
yeah,
art is fantastic. Well done on the art.
I know, I love it.
I mean, I can't take any credit for that. Sandara is our artist. Now, she is actually known for, she's actually worked on tons of games doing dragon art. In fact, if you go to any convention and you see gamer mats, she does all of the dragons that she does. Wizards of the Coast. She's worked for Blizzard. She's done tons of huge dragon campaigns. Wow. So this is interesting for her, because she was just doodling if you go back to the other scene, well, actually, no, the other slide has it. She was doodling some things on Instagram, and one of them was the dragon right there at the table that is sort of the creme brulee dragon. That scene on Instagram was very popular. People were like, oh my God, I want a world where a dragon comes to my table and makes the creme brulee, or, you know, cooks the meat, or serves me up a drink or a smoothie at the potion shop. So that is the world she started to think about. And the designer of the game, Manny Vega, happens to love cute worlds, fun worlds, and was immediately thinking of a game that would be in this world, which was nice, because we needed a fun game in our collection.
Sorry, can I just say, I just love the detail that she even put in here with the little crystals that float magically. Like, I don't know if that's in the other one, but I just love little details like that in artwork.
Yeah, like the upper left one has the one floating above the potion. Well, not there, the other one.
Yeah.
The one that was just before.
Yeah.
There's a lot of magic history with the idea that she came up with. I think she's got an entire RPG sort of thinking of this world and exactly like how the powers work. So there's different types of dragons in the world, and we're taking advantage of, I think in our base game, we're going to have 7 classes of dragons. So it's very fun to explore it. And as we go, I mean, the whole point of partnering with her is we're going to make this great game, and she can use all of the stuff we do in the game and continue the world with it, or she can take the world wherever she wants. But we're thinking we're having a lot of fun with it. So
I'm sold on the art alone. I mean, you're going to have to mess it up to have me not back to this when it comes out.
Well, good. I'm glad that the art. I mean, I saw the art too and was immediately like, yes.
Yep.
So tell us a little bit about the game if you can.
Sure. So the game is it's a pick up and deliver game in a town. So you come into this town, and the age of dragons is over, right? But so these the dragons of Flamecraft are searching for the best place to match themselves up in town, right? So you come in, maybe there's a couple shops, early shops to get this town started, but it doesn't yet have a bank, it doesn't have a market. There are things that, so you go around to these buildings and you help the dragons find the right match, right? So you might put a chef dragon into a restaurant, or, as Manny is very good at puns and other things, we have like Dunkin' Dragons, and it's a little more current day, whereas we have Draco Bell. So you're kind of finding the right home for these dragons, and then each dragon has a power. So when you place a dragon in a shop, you can then activate the entire shop and activate every dragon that's been placed in that shop. So the combos are very fun as well. So dragons will switch between different shops. There's dragons that give you more resources. There's dragons that grab new dragons and so forth like that. So thank you, Mike. We needed a fun game, yes. Well, I say that because, honestly, when you're looking at games, you have to consider the Venn diagram of what you're looking for with a game, right? So you're looking for a game that fits the company, that is a good game, that the designer is not a terrible person. I mean, there's this matrix you go through, and for our company too, we're also looking at, is it a good Kickstarter game? Does it feel like it's a world that we can that make bigger? And so for Mission Catastrophe is a game that we could expand. In this game, that town that I'm talking about, there's going to be a core game where you're playing and delivering and doing quests in town and finding new buildings. But then we have expansion ideas for modules that you'll add. A true dragon comes in and actually threatens the town, or there's a festival that the king is putting on. And so in between you playing this core engine, you might have to do something else to give people who want to get a deeper game a little bit more to do, because definitely one of the trickiest parts about making, I would say, like gateway type games is just making sure there's that access point. So everyone can play Mission Catastrophe, but then what if you want it on hard mode? So there's that's one of the things we always think about. Particularly because my partner at Cardboard Alchemy is Brad Brooks, and we made Rise of Tribes. When we worked with Chris on that, and Rise of Tribes has that, let's get everyone in this game, but then what if you want variable powers? So this one was tricky because I do like games that have powers, and I wanted to put a different power on every dragon. But we peeled it back a little bit. It's not so, it was AP inducing when you had every dragon did something different, right? So we sort of made classes of dragons, and that's a little bit more bearable to play. Yeah.
Is this a little sneak of your Cardboard Alchemy logo in there?
It is,
Cool,
actually. Sundara was nice enough to put our logo in the town. So
it perfectly fits. So.
Yeah.
Thanks. It's fun. Yeah. So Flamecraft, we're gonna do that later this year, in the early fall, I think.
Awesome.
Yeah, we'll have like I said, the Cardboard Alchemy newsletter will have more information with the box, and we're also gonna start testing the game in our Discord for anybody who wants to get in on some gameplay and help us break the heck out of it for all the expansions we're thinking about.
I'm in.
All right.
Definitely.
Cool.
I like the logo too. Did Manny do that?
Yeah, that was a Manny and Sandara mashup.
Oh, okay.
Because Manny is not only the designer, but he's also the graphic designer for the game. So he has a lot of great vision. So one of the reasons why I really liked working with him before on Sparkle Kitty is that there's no one else I know. Well, I mean, I'd say Chris, actually, you're sort of the other person who I feel like could take the whole thing. Manny can take the whole thing, the game, all the way from the vision to the end, and that's huge. It's huge. He doesn't do the illustration part, but luckily knows where to find good illustration. Mike's asking about the Tea Dragon Society, which I actually think is a really adorable game, as well. So it's yeah, I played it a couple times. It's a small box, as well. This one I think will be a little bit bigger because we're gonna put a mat and it's a board, and so it's not as much of a card game. There's going to be, of course, the thing we got to do with Kickstarter and everything that we're putting out there is game trays, deluxe pieces. There's silk screen little bits of toast with like the swirl of French toast. There's like little potion bottles and stuff like that. All the blinged out resources, all the blinged out, there'll be options to add miniatures if you really want dragon maquettes and stuff like that.
So you're gonna try it for like a deluxe game and everything on that Kickstarter?
We're gonna do our Kickstarter for Mission Catastrophe was deluxe, and I think this one we're gonna actually offer a base game that's not deluxe and then a deluxe version, so you can really choose which one you want. I think the reason for this is that Sandara has tons of fans that might not wanna. They might want her art, but I don't know if they want to bling out the game pieces. Whereas I want to bling out both. I mean, we're gonna do the art on huge jumbo cards, and I want little dragons. I mean, just because, right? But
yeah, you have to have the little dragons.
Yeah. So we'll and hopefully if we could get metal coins in there or something, just lots of fun pieces that are fun to play with for deluxe gamers.
You mentioned the modules that could potentially make the game harder for gamers. Are they ready? Like the expansion material that you were all thinking of, are they going to be ready for the Kickstarter, or is that tail down the line?
No, that's all going to be in the Kickstarter.
Cool.
It was very important to me that the game comes out with enough depth for, I play really heavy stuff. So does Brad. So I really want to make sure that there's teeth in there. So if you want to dive in, and it's quite, actually, the thing that's impressed me about sort of working on it is that I think when Manny and I started, we were like, could we make something as light as Century, with that kind of a feel. It's got that, but it's also actually got some crunchy play in there. So then the expansions, I think, are just going to add that extra. So
very cool.
Yeah.
Nice. The theme where dragons, like the Age of Dragons, is over. Now they're kind of moving into town or whatever. Is that something that the artist came up with and she said, "Here's my world," or did you see the artwork and then have to kind of fill out the theme a little bit for the game?
That one was actually Sandara put out the entire world out there as she started drawing these things. She's had very specific ideas about how the world would be, I think Manny is putting a twist on it a little bit, taking that a step further. So for example, I know she had been thinking that the potion dragons were purely in the sense of magic potions to go to a dungeon. And Manny's thinking of potions like, hey, it could be the local ale house or a boba shop, or it could be, he's trying to think of it more like modern day with dragons is in play. Like what is that like? You're like going to Starbucks and you're asking for a mocha latte, and the dragon's like, let me get the foam right. I don't know. So we're thinking about all the different classes and what would the shop, but we're also trying to keep it in the adventure and fantasy realm. So for example, Manny made a shop called Gnome Depot. So it's staying in the right place for fantasy.
That's great.
Yeah.
And that piece of artwork that I had up where it showed the little that's not the cover, is it? Where does that artwork go in the game?
You mean with the whole town?
Yeah.
shop? Yeah, that is going to be the top part of the cover of the box. There's actually sorry, I didn't give you the box. I was not thinking we'd go there, but at the same time, what it is it shows that town, and then below that is a real big close up of some of the dragons. There's a chef dragon and a couple of the other types, a crystal dragon and stuff like that in the cover. So,
cool.
It's a tall rectangular box, a little bit like Spirits of the Forest. I don't have that one up right near me. So, anyway,
very cool.
It's fun to work on beautiful games. I'll tell you that. Where every day when you look at a piece of art, and believe me, I have so many shops to share. Sandara just drew the Dragon's Roost, and we're doing a bank, and it's super art. So I'm going to be sharing all that stuff. But when a piece of art comes in, just the same way when I worked on Dwellings, it's just a joy to have those in your inbox. You get to open them in Photoshop, and you're like, oh my god, this is awesome. This is the stuff.
Oh yeah, no, I loved it. Every time you were like, look at this piece of art. Look at this piece of art.
I get excited about that stuff. You know what I mean? That's like, for me, it's a total, I know people back Kickstarters for different reasons, but I mean, I'm definitely there for the gameplay, but art is what kind of sucks me in the first. I mean, if you're showing me something and it's just a world that I want to go in, that's enough to get me to at least read all the page and see if I am going for it.
Right. Yeah, it is rare for me when this happens, but sometimes when I see artwork, and this is the case with this, when I see artwork, I'm like, I'm sold right now. Now you can do something to make me go away, and I look real quick.
Right. Price, gameplay, all the stuff, right? Then it has to do all the other things.
It doesn't, I mean, it's just when you approach it from that point of view, I'm a little more forgiving, like, well, cooperative, I don't always play cooperative, but man, that artwork's that, that kind of thing. Like when I get sold right up front before I even start scrolling on the Kickstarter page, that's just a good place to start.
Yeah.
It's one thing that stands out. I mean, pardon the pun, but it's the first thing we see is the artwork, right? That's going to draw us to the shelf. It's going to draw us to pick up the box, right?
Yeah.
But some of the games that we've mentioned, the Rise of Tribes, the Dwellings, this is the art just stands out. You want to play in that world when you see that kind of art. And there are plenty of games that are like, the art it's sucking you in and you're tricked because then you play the game and it's like, or whatever, the art it didn't connect with the game itself. But the art that those games that we've been talking about, the art and the game mesh so well. And I hope everything for this game, because that art is stunning. It's so beautiful.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, I really like thematically how you're talking, like you're naming the stores and the dragons have, like they're connected. I like that it's not just pasted on art, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we're getting into it. Let me tell you. Probably too much, because I know that Manny's in, because he'll debate thematically down to the, like, I don't know, it doesn't feel right if this dragon is doing this. I'm like, okay. But then Sandara's in, because it's her world. So she's like, wait a second, no, this would happen. And then Brad and I are in. So we're all like, we're all debating over what dragon and this and that. And so it's, when you're totally invested, that's what's happening.
So who gets the final word?
That's a good question.
He's creating the world.
I mean,
but he's publishing it.
So the publisher is what I would have to say, right? Because I am publishing the game, and I have to. Here, I'll give you an example that's difficult. Is that so? Same thing with Luke. I let Luke on Dwellings tell me I want this and I want that and this, that, and the other, and then it'll come down to, well, we don't have room, or we don't have money, or there's limitations to the publishing part. There just is, right? And just recently, with this game, I was doing sort of the calculate. I have to make the prototypes soon for sending to reviewers, and the number of resources that we have in the game is a lot, and it's actually a lot of money. I'm thinking about just the logistics, because we want it to feel bountiful, like you have a ton of potions and a ton of iron and crystals and toast and haunches of meat or whatever you want. Those are fun. I love resource, like I don't want to make it cubes. That's my other problem. I don't want to do that. So then you're like, ooh, that's going to be pricey. Or if you think about metal coins, holy cow.
Yeah, do you want it to be approachable at a $40 game or $60 game or an
Right.
$80 game?
I think Kickstarter is definitely inflating. I mean, I'm part of it, right? So Mission Catastrophe, I'll give another good example. Mission Catastrophe was a $54 game on Kickstarter, which, that's nothing to compare to what games are on Kickstarter. But still, it's probably a $40 game that we added super cool things to. We dual layered the cardboard. We put game trays, and there's an asteroid dice roller, and we marbleized the dice, and we painted the minis. They come in color. So that's on us because that's what we want to play and that's what we want to do. But
yeah, I don't know if you can say it's a $40 game and then add all this stuff, because that stuff has value.
It does. Yeah.
That stuff adds to your gameplay experience. Now, some people
some people don't want it.
Yeah.
So I think on this game, I'm going to go back to Flamecraft for a second. Super lucky to work with Sandara because she's very flexible on the world. Manny's flexible as well. So we're having a fun time exploring what the world is, and we're taking turns at having the final say on some things.
That's cool. I'm jealous. Yeah. Seems like a fun project to be in.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I mean, I'm getting used to this. I do games on Slack now. So when we did Dwellings, I put all of the artists and all of the graphic designers and all of the modelers in the same Slack. It was 27 people in Slack just kind of chatting and throwing ideas out. And I love that collaboration. So that's the way I want to work now. So we have this Slack where we still have Sergio, who did the work for Rise of Tribes, he did work on Dwellings, and he was the main illustrator for Mission Catastrophe. Sergio Chavez, I thought he was going to say no when I say come in the Slack, but he said sure. So he's in there, and he's commenting on Flamecraft, which is just so much fun to still have him talking about, to have that kind of thing going on. So.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right, Mike, I got to ask, because you wrote this topic in Vikings, Pirates, what's next? I summarized what you wrote. Really what you wrote, this is what I get in game notes.
All right, wait a minute. Let's hold on. Let's front load this, okay? When we're talking about episodes and we want to put in stuff into our show notes, I put off to the side. This is just an outline. You can edit it, you can change it, you can add to it. So what I put there is just like hey, this is a topic that we were talking about in the Discord after the show. So this isn't only on me. And what's there is just like hey, maybe we can talk about this thing.
All right. Just to let people know what's there is Pirates, ... Vikings, ... What's next after Vikings, ... Pirate Vikings, Viking Pirates, Viking Pirates in space, and that's what I get. So I don't know what we're talking about here, but
so we talked about Peter, you might have jumped into the Discord when we were talking about this. You may not have. Maybe. We were talking about briefly, like there was this hierarchy of themes, right? There are themes that are just beaten to death, games just continuously come out in those themes. But there seemed to be this, I don't want to say timeline, but a timeline of games. There was Pirates, and Pirates were big. And then Vikings could technically be the successor to Pirates, right? Pirates, then Vikings. So then, like, in that timeline or in that vein, what's next? Like Pirate Vikings, which is kind of redundant, but like Pirate Vikings in space. What kind of themes? Like you have your zombies and you have your Walking Dead and you have your infectious aliens. Like there's space and there's not space. What's this like running theme? Like what do you think is next in the game industry that's not a beaten to death theme like zombies or pirates? Do you think pirates will come back around? One of my favorite games is Jamaica. I love it. And I don't think it gets enough. I don't know what its ranking is, but I don't think it gets enough play, especially in my house or in my group. What do you think is next down the line? Like Pirates, Pirate Vikings. Like I know, great game. one of the first games I ever played at a convention was Jamaica. My
Oh.
friend Joe taught it to us. I had never been to a convention before. He's like, hey, I have this game about pirates running around this, like a race around this island. And I'm like, yeah, I'm in. And it was awesome, and I loved it. But what do you think? And I guess let's start with Peter. What do you think? Do you think that it's just going to be this vicious cycle of zombies are hot, zombies are not hot, zombies are hot, zombies are not? Like same thing with pirates, maybe Vikings. What do you think is next in the line of, hey, this is a game?
Well, if I knew, I'd be doing it, right? I mean, the thing is that they always come in cycles. I think pirates are going to come around over and over and over. It's just going to happen, right? Someone's going to come up with a take on pirates that's going to be fresh. I feel like that's what happened when I was tired of zombie games, and then Dead of Winter said, I'll show you what a zombie game should be like. Boom. And then I was in again. I was like, sure, let's do it, because this sounds awesome. And then
what a great game.
Walking Dead came out, and it felt like this is that's a evolution of those games, right?
See, I think Dead of Winter is what killed zombies for me, because after that game, I was like, I don't ever need another zombie game. This is exactly what I want from a zombie game.
So good.
I don't think I ever got another zombie game after that. Well, that's not true. I got the tiny epic zombies.
What did it for you? Was it the Crossroads deck? Was it the fact that you could literally die on the first turn when you decided to go to the school and roll the die? Yeah. I killed 2 characters in 2 turns on the first roll.
See,
for me,
I ever played that game, and I'm like, this is great.
I know semi-co-op is a hated category, but for me, what was the very first time I got the imposter, or when I got the bad person, and I was this character, she was a lawyer, and I was already like, oh crap, they're going to think that, I don't know. I just got this vibe. It was going to be hard to pretend like I was bad. But the fact that every character has to roll the die when they walk outside means you can totally highlight. I rolled bad and she died, and I was like, oh no. But I was like, yes, because I needed a character to go. And everyone was like, oh, it's okay. Like no big deal. And it felt like I was completely under the radar after that.
Yeah.
And that game has, like you said, that die, especially because they put the tooth on the side that kills you. That just felt like you're rolling this die in slow mo. You see the tooth come up on a blood red die. It's like, there goes that character.
There was the tooth, and the snowflake, I think, was for the frostbite, right?
Yeah, it had a lot of grit, that game, and it felt. I think Crossroads was good, and that was exciting. I don't think that was it, but Crossroads was so great when you would read a card and it would be like there's an old abandoned church and you see a set of eyes in the window and you're like, I do not want to go in there, but that's what the card's like. Do you go in there or
The one that stands out to me is the horse. But there was a horse one, and it's just because it like came across like 3 times, I think, and playing in a row. But there's one where you see a horse walking down the street and it says, do you do this, which gives you lots of food, so you know what this is, or do you bring the horse back to the thing, which gives you like some abilities to get around without rolling a die, but now you got to feed that stupid horse food, and like it immediately everybody was like, you can't bring that horse in here and stuff like that, and I was like, this feels like I'm in that situation. This feels like I'm in The Walking Dead, and I brought a horse to the group, and everyone's like, you can't bring that horse in here, and somebody's like sharpening their knives, like, ooh, a horse, and those conversations is what I really like about the Crossroads. But for me, the thing that really does it is the fact that there may not be a traitor, and you you have that hidden goal that you can't tell people about. So I'm like, why are you hoarding medicine? I know you're hoarding medicine. Either a traitor or they just need to hoard medicine, right?
Right.
It's just a brilliant setup.
So to go back to the theme conversation, I want to tell you about a couple where I saw something happen and I felt like this will be the next thing, and I wasn't fast enough, which is I think Everdell, right? So I knew animals, I knew like a really solid game with like worker placement or I just felt like the cute animals category was going to go. And now watching how many times Everdell's made money, I was like, oh my god, I wish I could have thought of that one. But two, I saw Grim Forest come out, and I was thinking, wow, the fairy tales are not tapped enough. So I actually have a fairy tale one that I'm working on, which I'll probably be too late. I'll probably be like after 5 people, but whatever.
There'll be 5. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so there'll be 5 on Kickstarter tomorrow. Get ready.
I mean, the thing that happened to us on Mission Catastrophe was I was like, well, let's do a space game. It's not my favorite category. Brad, it is his favorite category. So I was kind of like, oh, I'm going to let you tell me how we should make this sci-fi feel. I mean, I'm I watch sci-fi, but I don't. It's not like my favorite category. So when we launched, it was also the same day as Asking for Troubles, another sci-fi. There were 5 sci-fi games launching that day, and I was like, "What the?
Yeah.
Why is this happening?" But then I realized, of course, it's happening. Sci-fi is going to happen every time. You just have to be trying to make your sci-fi a little, different. For us, it was. I told Sergio, can you do a ship interior? And he's like, if I have to make a boring ship, I'm out. Like, I want to make a colorful ship. And then he made a purple ship, and it was different, and it had a greenhouse room. And it's like, so yeah, let's make a different ship than every other ship.
That was fun, actually. Like, you're right. We both started our Kickstarter same day, I think. And both are space, Asking for Troubles, and Mission Catastrophe. And that day we just kept sharing, like, did you see this other space one? We got to take that thing out. We're like, let's work together, make sure we're the only.
And actually, I'll tell you this is another leak on your show. I'm working on a space game with Luke Laurie. Now, Luke Laurie's category is also space. I don't know if you guys could guess by his latest game, Cryo.
I wouldn't have guessed it just because I think that's his first sci-fi, isn't it?
He's actually made many, but they haven't gotten there.
Well, I mean, published, yeah.
And the only reason why he turned to fantasy for Dwellings is because that's my category, is fantasy, right? So he's like, let me take my space. He had several space games, and Cryo was one of them, and he actually took some of the mechanics out of there and worked on fantasy with me, which was great. But he loves sci-fi, so we're gonna do another sci-fi.
Cool. I'm sure it's going to be different. Yeah, it's
heavier. Yeah, it's a total different one.
And you're right. I mean, even with fantasy and sci-fi, you can always go totally different routes and stuff. I mean, there even between Troubles and Mission Catastrophe, there were huge differences in gameplay and feeling and all that. So
I'll tell you another category that I don't see enough of, that I think if you were going to go Vikings, Pirates, like, I don't see a lot of steampunk. I'm not sure why we don't see more steampunk, but that could definitely. I know there have been some.
Yeah, there have been. I think people get turned off by it. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. Maybe it's just because there hasn't been a game that really has hit home with it yet.
Yeah.
Well, unless you count Scythe.
And of course, Scythe. Scythe had that, right?
It's kind of a steampunk, kind of.
Yeah, no, there was something, because we were just talking about art, and Scythe did that. It was like, let me show you a mech in a field and let you go, what is this game? Like, I want this thing.
Talking about grabbing the box, right? When you look at the art on that box, you're like, whoa, what's going on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Nailed it. In fact, Stonemaier does that a lot with they have a really good, I mean, Euphoria is not my favorite game, but wow, was it immersive? It was like, what is happening? I mean, that was a definite post-apocalyptic stuff. Could also be another category. It was funny. I was on Lance's video cast, and he was talking about one, and Cardboard Alchemy is working on a post-apocalyptic one as well. So that's another theme that sometimes is done well. I think Post-Human grabbed that theme and kind of ran with it really well. It was like taking the zombie theme and saying, well, let's shift a little bit.
Chris and I might be working on a post-apocalyptic game.
Yeah.
Nice. All right.
Hey, we'll see if it.
Let's launch on the same day again. That'll be a thing we do.
When is your launch? When is your launch?
Well, we are going to either put the post-apocalyptic game next spring or next fall, and then.
Oh, that's funny because ours is next spring or next fall too. That's amazing.
That's amazing, right?
Wow.
So,
No, it's funny you mentioned that. I was talking today to a couple friends, and actually it was the co-designers of Sagrada. So Daryl and Adrian are friends of mine. Adrian and I are making a game of a certain theme, and Daryl was also making or had an idea for a game with that certain theme, and approached Adrian, and Adrian was like, "Nah, I can't do it. I'm making it with Mike." So that went away. But then he approached another friend of mine, Bobby, and was like, "Oh, I have this idea for a game. Let's do it." So now Daryl and Bobby are making a game in this theme. And I reached out to Adrian today again about it, and he's like, "Yeah, do you think we should like maybe retheme it so there isn't competition?" I'm like, "Hell no, we're gonna make it better than Daryl and Bobby, because that's what it's gonna be now. We're gonna make the better game." And it's funny that there's even in I don't want to say what it is, but even in the smallest of lenses for this theme, there would still be competition in what it could potentially be, which is fun. And then do you change it because you find out someone's doing a sci-fi game, or you find out someone's doing a post-apocalyptic zombie game, or you just, does that fuel you to make a better of whatever?
I would never change it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like when we were making Ladder Tycoon, I was making Ladder Tycoon with Brad, and I co-published it with Breaking Games. We had found out at the time that Tim Powers had just released Paperback.
Yeah.
And I was like, and Tim Powers at the time was in our local area. And we were like, we're not going to play Paperback. We're not going to look at Paperback, because we didn't want to know what it was. But we were like, we're making Ladder Tycoon. We're not stopping making Ladder Tycoon. I don't care what Paperback does. And thank God we didn't play it, because it would have spiraled our design. Like we would have thought of different powers. And because, Paperback has tons of powers and Ladder Tycoon only has 8, right? So we would have thought, oh, we don't have enough or something like that, right?
Right.
Yeah. So I think you should always still make the thing. There's enough market for.
Sure. Yeah, it's weird. Like I think if it's like something that's already out there, like sci-fi, you go, oh, I'm going to make my sci-fi game or whatever. But you were talking about the cute animal thing when Everdell came out, right? Yeah. I have a game that I made, let's say it's about 80% design, that was that freaking theme when Everdell came out, and I just went shelf. I was just like, fine, because before that I was like, ooh, nobody's doing this, all excited about it. So someday I'm just going to take it out and retheme it.
I mean, there is that can definitely come into play. I remember when you were working on a heist game, and that actually, just talking about Tim Powers, he hit I can't remember the name of it now.
Burgle Brothers.
Burgle Brothers was like, it kind of nailed the Ocean 11 kind of vibe, and it had the thing, and it just looked so good on the Kickstarter, and it was like, there goes the heist thing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I had already stopped designing that game at the time, but when it came out, I was like, well, I guess I don't have to worry about that, because there it is. That's even, the blueprint look and stuff on that. Yeah, so I was like, all right, sometimes it's okay, but if you're in the midst of designing, it's a little like oh no.
Yeah, it could be like, I think Brad had a really good idea for Role Player, and then all of a sudden we saw Role Player was on Kickstarter, and we're like,
It happens. It happens a lot.
Yeah, sure, it totally happens. But I think most of the time you should just keep going on your game, even if you do a bunch of ideas and then it circles back around and then you can use them for something else. I think it's
that's true.
Well, then that could kind of get us into the topic of, do you design mechanism first or theme first, right? Are you design, because we were talking about Pirates, right? Pirates, Vikings, and Pirates even went to do that Pirates game. I mean, it's spelled P-I and then rats. And I've never played it. I own it. I've never played it, but it was like Pirates as rats. So like, it's pirates and then there's rats involved. It's just, I don't know. It's weird.
Blending of themes, you mean?
The what?
So like blending of themes, like
right,
zombies with, I don't know, pirate zombies.
maybe pirate zombies is the next thing. Yeah,
pirates in space. Actually, there's not enough pirates in space. It makes me think of that Treasure Island.
Yeah, Treasure Island. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Treasure Planet.
Yeah, the Treasure Planet. Right.
Movie. Yeah, I worked on that. I was at Disney at the time.
Oh, cool! I didn't know you worked on that one. I always liked that. I think I liked the I mean, I like the story and stuff, but I think I like the world even more. Like I wanted to know more about that world. I wanted to be in an RPG with it or something like that. You know?
Yeah. I think that would have done better because it just didn't connect right with audiences.
Yeah, I know. It's strange. Nobody really. Have you ever seen it, Mike?
No.
Treasure Planet? It's
Yeah,
Disney.
he got a really good Long John Silver because he's half cyborg and it's really neat.
I mean, it's basically the Treasure Island story, but
One of the first Disney movies to use, it was a 2D film, but the arm for Long John Silver's was CG, and they were experimenting with the technology at the time. So
I didn't know that. Were some of the ships in CG? Because I remember like the whole boats did.
Yeah, so the ships and the arm and a couple other things were there. Like they were trying to blend CG in and try and see how well they could do with putting that in.
And they did this Guardians of the Galaxy thing where they could just be in space and they never even told you how, because it looked like a normal pirate ship. Well, almost normal pirate ship. Like they were on the deck of the thing and you saw space around and stuff, and you're like. It looked like where Peter is right now, just space around.
Yeah, just hanging out.
Yeah.
Floating in space.
But I always thought it was a great like story world that I'd like to explore, but no one ever did that. So yeah, someone should do Pirates in Space. Is there a Pirates in Space game?
I know one that's not published that was with a company and then not with a company because the company folded or whatever. But I know of one that was really fun.
Well, anybody working on a pirate game, make it in space. There you go.
I mean, right? Just do it.
Why not?
It's funny that you say the theme versus mechanics, because I used to. So Chris and I were in the League of Game Makers for a while, and we were looking for articles to write. And so at one point, because Luke Laurie was such a mechanics first guy, I decided to take the other side, which I kind of, I enjoy theme a lot. So I was like, I wrote an article that said theme first, and I gave all my reasons for that. We could, I could get you the article still online. And then Luke wrote the mechanics first counterpoints. And then Mark Major wrote, both of those are trash. Let me tell you what you should actually be focusing on. Which was more of the consonants of the and Mark's right. I mean, the thing is that like when I made What the Food, which was a cafeteria food fight, the first thing that happened was more, even though I said theme, was me more thinking, I want an 8-player game where you can program your move and kind of have a split second. And then after that, I thought of the food fight. And then once the food fight was layered in, then it was like trying to bend the mechanics into like, well, what am I doing exactly with food, right? So I think when you do that, like what we're doing with Flamecraft, is when you've got the lore, then you want to hope that the mechanics do have hooks with that. I think you end up going back and layering it. So they end up becoming like this. You can't possibly, for a good game, not have them like that.
I was about to say, no, for good games, they're...
For bad games, yes. You're like, why are we playing this and what's the theme matter? Mm-hmm. Or you're like, well, this is great, but the mechanics are just not fun to play, right?
I wrote a Facebook post against what Don is here saying. I think anything that leads to a good game is worthwhile, but anytime, there are a lot of times where I play a game where I think they thought of the punny title and then tried to make it good.
And made the thing, yeah.
Sure, yeah.
And
so I know John Gilmore and Ian Moss will always talk about experience first or fun first, and I think that's kind of that mesh between mechanism and theme.
I definitely think
you can get that experience and fun out to the table.
A lot of times when I'm designing too, that's what I'll actually be thinking is there was even though I've thrown these designs away, but there was a while where I was like, I want a game that literally takes 20 minutes but achieves this and this. So I would start with, well, how is it going to possibly work in only 20 minutes? How am I going to get that? How am I going to get cool decisions in that time? I was trying to do it like a MOBA. And so I was trying to have it be like really fast and then over. Okay. And that was the experience I wanted to create.
I was doing the same thing with a design that I revisited last night, actually. But it was a horror game, and I was like, no one has nailed a heartbeat raising game, and I think I've got one.
Cool.
It actually will get you in that mode, but yeah, so that's a hard experience to copy. There's a lot of experiences that you see in movies and stuff like that like, how do you know that? Sometimes I don't think you can in a board game, but
yeah, I can't remember where I saw a discussion on whether or not fear was possible. I think it was on Clubhouse where they were having a conversation about how fear was possible in video games and movies, but board games was more suspense, or a board game was more, you can't get the same thing.
I think I can do it.
Okay. That would be, I was going to say earlier, like a holy grail for me is if someone nails a time travel game, right? So if you nail a horror,
I've tried my hand at time travel.
Have you not played Legacy Gears of Time? I know I'm plugging Ben and Floodgate, but
no, I haven't played it.
Legacy Gears of Time is a fantastic time travel game.
Okay, I'm a sucker for time travel, so
it's so good. It's hard to get. It's not in print. I don't even think there's any like available that I know of within the company. But man, that's a really good.
Is that the one that has like you have cards that lay out in a board like this? Wait, that's not Floodgate. That's
yeah. Why don't you make it a little smaller there, Chris? Cards that lay out on a board. That was really good. Really specific.
Next week's what
with time travel?
Wow. Yeah. So there's you can always go back in time. You can never go forward until you're all the way done. Then you choose to come back in time, but you're inventing stuff along the way. And each card has like cubes. Thank you, Mike. Cubes that go on it. And if you've done it, if someone can go before time, like you can create the wheel in like age 2. But if Chris goes to age 1 and invents the wheel, then my wheel invention is moot because someone else has invented it before me. It's really good. The layer upon layer of that game is, and then every round, like you advance the time track. So you have one, but then you always are going back in time. And then when you're done, it goes one more step and then you're always going back. It's fascinating. It's so good.
Cool.
I agree. I have this game. I agree and I disagree. I agree that it's a great game, at least for my opinion. I enjoyed the game. I didn't get the feel of time travel. I mean, because to me, it's like Back to the Future is time travel, right? You're not doing like adventurous stuff. You're doing the advent stuff. They're using time travel in a clever way. It's a great game, but it doesn't hit the Dead of Winter zombies for me for time travel yet.
Okay.
Like, for instance, Time Stories got close because you felt like you were.
Time Stories was like Quantum Leap, though, right?
Yeah, exactly. The only problem I had was every game you were only in one spot.
Yeah,
I need to move to a different place, then go back and see what changes happened, or I want to feel like I'm in Back to the Future. You know what I mean? Or like the Terminators come back in time and it's going to change it. Like I want to have an adventure in time kind of stuff. But I agree, it was a fun game. Yeah.
Did you play either of the more recent Back to the Future games? The one by Chris Leader, co-designed by Chris Leader, or the one by Funko?
Nope.
So Funko's is fun. It adds the element of the Polaroid picture where like Marty was fading, like the picture was fading, and you're trying to like keep that intact. But then Chris's co-design, where you're going into the 4 timelines, you're back in the Western era, and you have these elements that you're trying to put back into its rightful place to keep the timeline going. I think that one, to speak to Back to the Future, I think that is the best one that's out there.
Nice.
That one's really good. I know there's one by IDW, but I think that for me that fell short, and I think Chris's co-design is good.
I know there's one coming from Andy Ashcraft with Pencil First that's going to be really deep, really good.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Pencil First? Wow.
Yeah. It's called Time Empire. I don't hope he hasn't, maybe that's not public, but Andy, once I saw Andy developing this really massive time travel game, it kind of put me at like, well, I guess I don't need to do, just like we were talking about. I mean, I saw a game where it goes through several ages and you can kind of undo. I was like, oh my God, there's so much cool stuff in there. So I'm like, okay, I'm good for a little bit until I see that one come out.
Cool.
It's a great category, though. I think I've brainstormed on that so many times with Brad. We had a very bizarre, silly time travel idea one time because we were trying to come up with different ways that time travel could work, and then jokingly we talked about doing a Bill and Ted's where you it's a dexterity game where you flick Napoleon and you try and get him into the right time zone. And I was like, I would play that. I would play it because it would be like, hold on, let me get the exact placement in time.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have that feeling of time.
No. So like then when I started thinking about it, I think there's sort of I thought of an abstract kind of card game where, you could have time be like how many cards, your memory, it depends on what you can hold. But what you really want is like a sword that, where it's in the certain armory at a certain age, and then it's in like a pawn shop at another age. And it's like you want to be able to like go to where you want to actually control that stream. That's the juicy time travel.
Aaron and I had thought of one before. We never quite got it right. It's the one I was saying, like, we just couldn't get it right. But we had one where basically there'd be different boards, but it'd be all the same space, but in the different time periods, right? And whatever you did here could affect the board in the future. And people would be in different timelines, but be able to communicate to each other, kind of cooperative and stuff.
Nice.
The problem is just the ideas we had made the production of the game. It would have been like a $200 game.
That's what kills things. It's
I always wanted to make Frequency the board game. It kind of going with what you were talking about, where things like you can still talk to each other, kind of, but you're affecting stuff like the ripple effect that goes forward. And I love the movie Frequency. That would be fun.
I don't know if I know that movie.
Oh, that's a good one.
I haven't seen that one in a while. Yeah, but I know what the component thing that kind of kills it. I thought of this one that was a tile laying game. I still might try and do it, but it had so many tiles, and I was like, oh, it's like 300 tiles. Like, no, it's too much money, right? So forget it.
Yeah.
What
was that?
What? Dennis Quaid?
Yeah.
How have I not seen this movie?
How have you not seen that movie? It's fantastic.
Now we know if you had put a snapshot of that cover, Chris would not have guessed.
Not get it. They even did a series, didn't they? Wasn't there? I don't know if it was Netflix or not, but there was a series based in there too.
Yeah, I don't know.
Huh. Yeah, great movie. Go see it.
Got a good list.
Go back in time and see it when it's in the theaters.
2000 is when it came out.
There you go.
Although I thought it was the 80s because Dennis Quaid looks the same in 2000 as he did in the 80s, apparently. Or else that's really good Photoshop.
Nice.
All designers are always chasing that elusive, I want to be the first person to re-hit the theme or make the new theme or something like that, right? So I knew when you asked the question, just like last episode when we kind of talked about the question a little bit, both you and I were like, I'm not saying on air what I'm thinking that's coming up next. Like, maybe in Discord or something we'll talk about it.
I totally hear. If there's, like, I'm not going to go into too much detail on, say, that on one that's next, but on ideas that I'm chasing, I'll talk about them all the time. I'll let someone else make it. I want to play it.
Right.
Like I'll tell you another one. All right. So I want I want one where it's like Murphy's Law, everything that can go wrong does go wrong. And so I was thinking about putting that in a crypt. Like you're sort of Indiana Jones and you're going into this where like it is cursed. So like a cursed temple. I would love to play a cursed temple game. And I started making one, and I don't have time to design games. That's one of the downsides of the publishing gig is I have to put these all on shelves and hope that somebody does them. Yeah, whatever.
Sounds like you need an in-house designer. I'm just saying.
Well, actually, that is the role that Brad is. I mean, Brad's cooking on several games, so it's fine.
Why don't you co-design?
Take
those ideas, get Brad. Or
I will tell you. So I will tell you. This is how Dwelling started, right? I went to Luke and said, I don't have time to make this game. Which Dwelling started off as Fantasy Puerto Rico because I wanted a game that was like, okay, I want to play. I don't want to play like a farming civ. I want to play like dragons and wizards. I want Lord of the Rings, and I want it like this. And he's the one that put worker placement in it. But that's what I did. Is I said, I will give this design to you, and he ran with it so well, which was great. And actually, since I mentioned Andy, I have given Andy a game. I have a superhero game that I know would be amazing. I don't have time to make it. So Andy loves superheroes. And so I handed him that game and said, please run this ball and then come back to me when it's all done, and I will totally make it. That's the only way I can get games done, I think. Is me.
I don't know if that's the only way. I think if you find a designer that's trying to get their name out there, and you're already got the publishing part, so say, hey, I've got a design. I need someone to do some legwork and some help with it, and co-design with someone. You know people.
I mean, I do. So
I just don't like the idea of you giving up design.
I don't want to give up design. Let me tell you that if I can get we'll do Flamecraft, we're gonna do Luke's next game, and if I can get the time when we get rolling, I would love to do, say if I do the Cursed Temple, or if I do the tile laying game one is a fairy tale one. So if I get time to do those, I want to do those for sure. I love designing. I love the part about designing that we know is like you design and you have like all of these ideas that are like just parked in your head. They're in like different stages of what you've been thinking. This would be awesome if this happened, and
it never ends.
It never ends, and that part's great. I have notebooks full of those things, and I could even if they don't get realized, it's a fun journey to go down those right. paths and think about it. I was a little bummed that 2020, my brain like sort of emptied of those, and I was like, what happened? I was in such a funk over the whole thing of all the things that were going on. I had this period where I was just like, they're just not coming. It was like a quiet time for my game idea brain. I was like, whoa. And luckily I'm starting to feel it back, but it was a
you know what? I've had that happen before, and I think it's because I'm not surrounding myself with other people to talk about it. It's one of the reasons why I like this show and hanging out with Mike, even when we're not on the show, and talk to you weekly. And other people and designers is talking about this stuff is what fuels the inspiration, right? So.
By the way, Mike in the chat is like 12 Monkeys is a very fun time travel scenario. I was like, wow, I haven't seen 12 Monkeys for a long time. Wow.
I never saw the show, but the movie was good.
Yeah, there'd be a game for you. Anyway, yeah, I had this one. It's funny, but because Don was joking about title first. I did have this board up for a while where if I came up with a weird ass title, I would just write it down. Like maybe there'll be a game with that. I wrote one, which I said on Lance's podcast, and I've sold it to people before. So if anyone wants to make this game, but I wrote Surprise Volcano, and I was like, I just want to find out what that game is someday. Why is it Surprise Volcano?
You kind of stuck that in Rise of Tribes.
I mean, kind of, right? It does pop up.
It's not a whole game, but yeah.
No,
I feel like that's a flipping right.
right,
like you flip the card and you draw. It's almost like a right and flip, maybe instead of a flip and right. You do something and then you flip, and surprise, the volcano is where you wrote it.
Yeah.
Like a press your luck, where like if you don't sacrifice a person to the volcano enough, eventually it'll erupt. But every time you do, it like sets you back in points. So you're like, I don't want to do it.
Yeah. Another one that I had that I actually went to Elon Lee and suggested, because right after Exploding Kittens came out, I came up with a game that I felt like would be it had a little bit more strategy in it. It was called Exploding Wizards. I didn't quite know how it was going to work, but I was like, listen, if you want to sign this right now, I will make this. I will figure out the rules tomorrow. Exploding Wizards, man, it would totally work. Let's go. And he laughed, but no.
I thought you were going to say it's imploding dogs.
No, I'm sure they went down the imploding when they were brainstorming. I'm sure they thought about, should we do it? Nah. Instead, they went burritos. I don't know.
Yeah. Weird left turn. All right. Well,
Exploding Wizards.
I mean, I got it's still in there. I'm gonna possibly make it someday.
Yeah, we should move on before we start giving out secrets about all our designs that we have on shelves. So, board games we've played. I should have changed this actually to just games we've played because I haven't played a board game this week, but I did play a role-playing game. So.
Huh.
Are you a Star Wars one?
Yeah. So I every 2 weeks I host I GM a Star Wars D6 game. So I am taking a hiatus on that because I'm tired of spending like 6 to 8 hours every 2 weeks on 5 people. It's like I could work on this game that should be for thousands of people, or I could work on this game for 5 people.
5 people, and
this is like confessions of a DM right now.
Well, I really enjoy the process and the story building and all that stuff, but the problem is that we've been doing it virtually for a year now, and over a year now, and to do it virtually, it takes a lot more work than it would if it was in person. So I've said, you know what, I should have my second shot by, I think, within the month. And then, so I think in June we're going to meet in person. So I was like, I'm just not going to play until we meet in person. Probably in July, actually. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Makes
But
sense.
because, I draw everything in Illustrator. If they go to a star base, I draw the entire star base because I have no idea where they're going, right? Or what they're going to do. And then they show up and they go, let's get out here, and they leave. And I've spent 2 hours in Illustrator drawing a star base. So guess what? Next time they run into another star base. How'd that happen? If they don't go into that room will appear somewhere else down the line.
Totally accurate.
It's just so much work, but I still enjoy it a lot. So unfortunately, if you look back at my gameplays that I record, you'll find that the week before it, I don't play board games because I'm spending all that time making this. So, so no board games for me this week, unfortunately, but role-playing game. So.
What you do, what I know, I wish I were a part of it, but what I know that you do in that game, the way you handle it outside of your actual meat is above and beyond anything I've ever heard anyone do for anything like that in my life.
Yeah, so not only do I design the game, but for each player, we have an ongoing email that I'm into at least 2 or 3 times a week for each of them, which are backstories with their characters and stuff that's happening on the side. And they have NPCs that they're interacting with and getting to know. And so I have, we use Obsidian Portal. They have a list. They can go there and just see over 100 NPCs. And I've written all their little stuff that they know about them and stuff. And it'll be interesting because, like, 2 of the characters might know an NPC, but then 3 of the other characters don't. And then this person will show up, and 2 of the players will instantly be like, oh, hey, it's Master Payne or blah, blah, blah. How are you doing? And have a conversation. And the other 3 players are like, who is this guy? And they tell them, they go, oh, he trained me in this stuff. And they have story and backstory. And so it really adds a lot to the character development. I also started all the characters as 10-year-olds. And they're now 19-year-olds. And we've gradually,
interesting.
up a few years, yeah. And so they've kind of built their characters that way, too. I mean, people they've known now have passed away and have been in danger and become good friends that I didn't even know they would be friends. I mean, it's become really complicated and a lot to keep up with. It's kind of...
You're in the lore, though. You're also running it parallel to, like, Star Wars lore, like stuff that's actually happened. So eventually, like, their trail and the Clone Wars trail, like, they're kind of, like, meeting at a certain point, whether it's characters passing in the night and you're like, oh, wow, that's a reference to this, or they're actually, like, in it, which is just not only your side quests and your emails and in each individual characters and you designing these star bases, they're like, yeah, we're going to go.
Chris, instead of doing that for 5...
amazing.
Instead of doing that for 5 people, you need to broadcast that with so everyone can watch the experience happen.
Well, the problem is that they wouldn't see the emails. So
No, but you can find a way to represent that, and
true. I should have been doing that all year. That's what
Well,
I
that would
should
be in the character explaining when they met Master whomever, right?
yeah,
To,
yeah, yeah.
to the two people that don't know it, they can. That's that whole bridge. But it's
That's
amazing the depth that you go to in everything.
I would say
Yeah.
that that is exactly what I would want. So I haven't played too much role play or RPGs. I've only actually played with two DMs. One of which was this neighbor of mine who was like, when you're trying to find like a gamer, and then I got really lucky that this neighbor was like playing Carcassonne every once in a while, and he was a DM, and so what he did for his campaign was he did it in Ravenloft, which was like, it was a 1920s kind of vibe where it was like there were steamships, but it was like a new technology. So we had like we all had to think about what technology was at the time. Like I think I was a photographer, and I had film equipment, but I only had what I would have had in the 1920s or something, right?
Yeah, like the big kind
Right. He passed us all these envelopes with just icons on them, and we had to choose in priority what icons we liked the best. That determined our character class, which he did not tell us at all. He gave us no stats, and then what he did is he sent us a letter, and the letter said, and for me it was really twisted. It was like, you are a serial killer, and you get triggered by, like, I'm a photographer, but when I see blood, I just go crazy and I take people out, right? So he was doing this whole thing, and then he puts us all on the same ship together, and then all of a sudden the lights go out, and there's blood or whatever, and then there's someone dead, and I don't know if I did it. It was so immersive. I was like, oh my God. And the actual thing is he would have private chats with everybody. So the person that I was actually secretly there to kill, because there was someone else's, like they were told to protect them. So there was an NPC that was critical to everyone in some way. It was amazing. That kind of stuff is, that doesn't come in a box. That's just
it takes a lot of work. And there's no way to put it in the box. You're right.
How are you playing a game after that, though? Right, like you have that immersive experience with that setup, and then you just play like D&D on a Sunday. I
used to go into like my local game store and try and set it a regular D&D game. It's like, no, yeah, exactly. It wasn't. Yeah. I was like, wow, this just feels like, especially because at the time I did that, it was like 4E, so it was like stupid combat after stupid combat, and I was like, yeah. But I tell you,
it all comes down to the GM, like you said, because what has inspired me to do this is a Pathfinder Pathfinder D&D game that I'm in now. That I used to be in, but before playing this with this GM that I have, it was like that. You'd show up and, I got a cool character. I get in fights and stuff and all that. I'd never really experienced real deep kind of role playing, and then I met this girl in this guy's game, and I was like, yeah, chat her up like you do at the bar or whatever, and just to see where it goes. And like, he was like, okay, she wants to see you again. And I'm like, oh, that's weird. Okay, sure. And then it became a relationship, and then we got married, and then we had kids, and like all at the same time, I'm still going on adventures and stuff. But then I came home to my family, and then. But the whole time I'm like making wise decisions and stuff, and going along and all this. And then suddenly my family goes missing, and my character was like, oh my God. And I just went running around, teleporting into dangerous places, got myself killed, messed up all kinds of stuff. And I was like, I've never been affected in a game like that to make dumb decisions because my character is concerned about these NPCs that I didn't even expect to have. And it just opened up such a world to me as a role player that I was like, this is what I enjoy now. I don't like, it's fun being the guy on the little map and moving around. I did a cool move or whatever and killed something, but to have that story and that character that you care about. I mean, we took it all the way to 20th level of that character.
Yeah,
a huge thing. In campaign later, I played his daughter, one of the kids that he had, and it was just like all tied in and stuff. Is huge.
Did you have that experience prior to you running the Star Wars one that you're running?
That's what I'm saying. Like that kind of stuff is what has inspired me to do this huge, ornate thing having to do with story and NPCs and because I wanted that kind of experience and like to curate it and really kind of boil it down for those people. But it becomes a huge, huge amount of work. Yeah.
It's funny that you say that because I've tried to DM one and I realized that I can definitely think of ideas. I can't really do NPCs on the fly. So there's like certain things I'm not good at. So since I mentioned there's 2 DMs, there was another one that I worked at Disney and this guy used to run something during his lunch hour. It was so immersive. It was so thematic and interesting. And I wanted to go back every week. And so he actually reached out and said, "Hey, I'm running another one over Zoom. Do you want to join?" And I've just joined that one and I play every week now. God, it's so good. He didn't disappoint, right? The very first thing that happened was he's like, a wizard is, like this wizard has given you a quest to go find a ring, but it's been taken into the sewers and you have to shrink down to the size of a rat for 40. Like the potion that he gave me is like, it's only for 48 hours. So we're in the middle of like in the sewers, we're smaller than the rats. So we are like fighting for our lives, and he's put so much, just the tiniest thing can kill you in there, right?
You got to find some way to turn yourself into a pickle. So you get Pickle Rick fighting the rats.
Right. So, but we're all concerned about the clock. We've got about 5 hours left before we just go right back up, but we're nowhere. We just haven't figured out what the hell we're doing. So every rest, every short rest and long rest is like, do we eat more time? It's so much more than like, it's to become really dramatic about we're trying to adventure when we have barely any life left. In fact, he was a little bit caught off guard because I picked a warlock and we're running out of time. And I said, "Oh, look, a warlock gets all their spells back at short rest." And he was like, "What?" So I guess it surprised him. And he was like, "Uh-oh, I got to figure on that one."
That's funny.
Yeah, but it's still.
Does that mean that he designs the mission thinking about what you guys would do next and stuff like that, and so he didn't realize you'd get your spells back, so the next part wasn't quite...
No, I think that he does a really good job as a DM in the sense that, like, I'll give you one that I posted about on Facebook that I thought was great was, so we're in the sewers, we go into this one room, there's something swimming in there, we split up, which is a terrible idea, we kind of cover the room 2 different ways, and something drags me under, okay? I'm under the water, and now I start to go, I'm trying to cast something, but I can't cast anything without a verbal component, and I'm like, oh crap, right? So he has this sea serpent thing, this thing dragged me to another room where it's going to feed me to its young. And there's only one other character that's even seen it. So he keeps all of them in the dark of what's happening and he does this whole thing. But then I think at the last minute, he saw that I tried some kind of crazy thing when it came out of the water. I tried to do some spell and he could see that I was going to die. Like he basically made what I think DMs have to be really good at is made an assessment that he needed to soften it at that moment because he realized the whole party is going to go. So he did a couple tweaks that sort of kept us alive. And I think that's why the magic he's just balancing. I think he was just balancing, right?
I think a cool thing my GM does is that whenever I've done several campaigns with him since that one I described. And what he does is early on, he introduces a friend that can basically save the group's ass if it needs to.
Right.
And we've only had to do it once out of these once and a half out of these campaigns. Like, and we don't even know that that's the case.
Yeah, right.
Like, we met some guy and he was like a weird kind of guy, but he was an old man that we helped out and stuff kind of thing. And then at some point we were about to get wiped out and white light appears and the old man comes and saves us. You're like, what? That kind of thing. You gotta, you gotta keep the ace in the hole for whenever the group screws up real bad, or you screw up real bad, because that can happen too. I'm constantly worried I'm gonna wipe out my group.
Yeah, I think we've gotten we've had a lot of unconscious moments in the group. which is great because I've played like I said, I played some of the ones that just didn't have that. I didn't feel like I was going to get wiped out. This one I've been really like on the edge of my seat the whole time. And by the way, I was going to mention we started using we're doing Zoom and we're doing Owl Bear Rodeo. Have you heard of that one?
Yeah.
It sounds amazing.
Yeah, it is Owl
sounds
Bear,
like a game.
I know, Owl Bear Rodeo. It is it's a map. It's like taking the place of. It's a map maker where he can basically have a map and have a fog of war and then erase the fog of war as we walk into different parts.
Oh, wow.
It's probably what you do in Illustrator anyway, Chris, but it's pretty effective and it works well to have. What's neat about it is as a player, you can actually indicate, you can put your pointer for other people to say, I'm going over, like you can kind of indicate where you're going. And you move your own character so that the DM has a better shot of, instead of him assuming you're walking in a straight line, if someone straggles, then he can kind of play with that, right? Because you're in control of where you walk.
So it works. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it works well, I think.
So just to give you a clue, and this way it's for more than just 5 players. If I share this real quick, there
you go.
I can justify it, right?
Get it out there.
Yeah. So I don't actually know if this is still.
By the way, before we lose the topic completely, I did play. Since you're the topic of games, I have an app and I have a board game. So I'll tell you after we get there.
Okay. Yeah. That's too bad I didn't say that. I had. Well, I could show you a small one. Yeah, this is. I gotta put it over here. This is like a cantina that I made in Illustrator, and so these are. There's a Wookiee here. He's one of the characters. There's a Jedi. There's a Rhodian smuggler character. There's a Jedi. There's a Duros guy. So I make these little. This is an example of a very small map, but this is a little cantina. I keep these numbers on these people so that I know what they are.
Where's the bartender?
Yeah.
And where's the band?
So
a small place, no band. But I do have a bigger nightclub place that has a band. I had one that had a DJ. That was fun.
That's fun. Yeah.
And I make all this stuff, and that's why it takes me too long. So.
I mean, I think that, I was going to say that Owlbear, I guess, would have each of those things just as a pog, and then you can write a note. So if you've got like a spider and it's just represented by that, you can actually make some kind of notes on it so that it's, if we find the name of an NPC, we can label it, that kind of thing. Works well. I did it mostly because I don't really have the time per se, but I am going to try and be a good DM. I would actually like to run, I don't know, a dwellings. I would love to run some world sometime and get better at it and be the kind of immersive DM that I've been given the gift to experience. I love that,
Yeah, it is a lot of work, but it is rewarding too. I mean, the problem. So this is an example, and I won't take over the channel too much over this, but this is an example of like a palace that the group went to talk to the people and stuff, right? But I had no idea how this was going to turn out. So there are actually all these rooms.
Oh wow!
That they never went into. They never got into it. Don't even know what those do, right? Because they actually went the route of, not making them mad and doing it correctly. So there was no fighting and no running and all that stuff. So, sometimes I end up spending hours on stuff they'll never see.
It happens.
I think that was my mistake in trying to DM. I picked it was a D&D campaign that it was a lost island. It had dinosaurs. It was kind of
oh, cool.
I can't remember the name of it, but it was like an undead. Basically, the plot was it's a lost in time kind of island with there's a undead in the center and there's lots of raptors and other things on there. And so I landed everybody in this big town, it's like the piratey port, like the main city with different factions and things and buildings and all stuff. And that was too many places that someone could walk off in. So I had to, I didn't build the whole thing. I was kind of running it out of the book because it was a D&D. It was one of the ones they sell. So they were providing a lot of stuff like, oh, if they go in this, let's say they go bet on the dino races or whatever they do, like they would describe that little thing in a paragraph, but I wasn't quite ready for them doing whatever. And I think that's a problem. I should have started in a smaller setting and then figured it out from there.
What I did is I created a list of random names for different genders and different races. And so when they go if they go, I'm looking for a bar, I go, okay, you find a bar. And they say, what do I see? I say, you see 2 female Rhodians. I just give them stuff. And they go, all right, I walk over to one of the Rhodians, say, hi, my name's blah, blah. I go, oh, okay, their name is blah, blah, blah. And they go, oh, this might be someone important. Nope.
Because it's just got a name.
Yeah, and the bad part is, though, sometimes they're like, then an explosion happens. They go, I grab that person and run them out of the thing, and I ask them what, and it becomes this big thing. And now they're an NPC I have to put in here and create a whole backstory for them and stuff. But they don't know any different, and that's the important part. You could literally walk up to anybody in the world, and I have a little random background thing too. So they could be like, oh, what do you do? I go, oh, I'm a farmer. I make these things, and I just look over. They don't know if I'm looking at a character sheet or the random thing. So
nice.
But you're right. You got to be prepared with that stuff because I've definitely been caught off guard and be like, oh, my name's Bob.
Well, I've met DMs. A good friend of mine who you used to work with as well, Astrid. She would DM and literally not go in with anything. She'd just make it up on the fly the whole time, the whole adventure. I was like, wow. Yeah, exactly. Wow.
That's great.
Yeah. I couldn't do that. I would be like, well, but it would be fun to DM sometime.
Chris, I just sent you a link. I've used it before. I've never DM'd, and the image that I just sent you is the reason why, and it kind of speaks to what Peter was saying. Like,
you want me to put it up?
If you can. It's something that I saw come up as a meme a long time ago, and every time I hear from someone who's talking about DMing and trying to like create this world, but the players that are in your world are all just doing something that you'd never imagine that they would do and takes forever to do. Every time I hear, and a good friend of mine does a lot of DMing, and I always picture the party trying to seduce this catfish, and the DM super frustrated that all they want to do is try and figure out how to seduce the catfish. And the catfish was like you had said, you had this female Rhodian who sounds like it could be a major character, and everyone latches onto it for some reason. Like, dude, you've tried to seduce the catfish for an hour and a half. Just move along. Like, go away. It's so funny.
You know what I like doing? I like messing with my players a little bit. Like, I'll be like, so you keep talking to the people, and they go, yeah, I still talk to people. I go, okay. All right. And they're like, oh, what are you rolling for? What's going on? You should stop talking to these people. They start, and sometimes that role means something, and sometimes it doesn't. So, I also, when we used to meet in person, I noticed one of the players would listen to the amount of dice I was rolling. Like, if they were like, oh, I want to see if they're lying, then I'd roll dice, and they'd be like, oh, that only sounds like 3 dice. Yeah, I know what they're saying. So what I would do is I'd grab a whole bunch of dice in my left hand, 3 dice in this hand, shake them and roll them separately, and you'd be like, oh, man, they're lying to us. I don't care what you say. I can hear those die rolls. I like messing with that gaming, that metagaming thing,
That's funny.
That is funny.
Stay in that story.
I mean, there's a certain joy, and that reminds me of like my stepfather used to wrap like Christmas presents, but he'd stick like odd objects with it, even though it had nothing to do with it, just so I couldn't guess what it was. Because I would always want, if you wanted a video game, you pretty much knew what that container was going to look like. So he's like, I got to change this up so you can't possibly figure this out.
It's funny. I've totally derailed the board game discussion with just role playing games. So it's funny because I could go on forever about this stuff. But since I haven't played any board games, what you guys been playing?
Go ahead, Peter.
All right. So besides Flamecraft, which is every day, right? And Mission Catastrophe, which we're still getting print and figuring out all the stuff. What I got to play, and I also play Dwellings every week, by the way. I play it on the Cardboard Alchemy Discord with people because I really like teaching it. And of course, playing it. I love that game still. But it's always a treat when someone says, hey, do you want to just play a game? And someone said, do you want to play Moonrakers? And I own it, but I had never opened it. And first play was like, oh man, this is great. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, you mentioned that to me earlier before the show. So what is Moonrakers just generally like? What you do in it?
So I was surprised it's a deck builder. I didn't know it was a deck builder because it's the thing that's funny. We talked about art. I kind of bought it almost like it looks like the graphic design is amazing. It's a sci-fi, but with real tight looking, like the really slick looking graphic design. So it looks awesome, custom ships and everything. But what I didn't know is it's actually a deck builder where you're only playing the 10 points. And you start with a hand of different things. And it plays a lot like, it reminded me a lot of Dominion because of the fact, you guys know the village smithy strategy, right? Where the one gives you extra actions and then the other one draws cards. That is kind of the core of where Moonraker starts because you have energy cards, which give you the extra actions, and then the thrusters, which give you more cards out of your deck. And that's your core. And then you can go buy more ship parts or go get crew. And all of the while, they've kind of combined that with a sort of a negotiation game. So you when it's your turn, you select an active mission to go do, which it tells you what you need to achieve that mission. And your deck doesn't have all of those cards. So you kind of have to go to the rest of the people and say, okay, who wants to go with me on this mission? And then everyone has what's in it for me? You can give up any part of it. You can give up the point. You can give up the gold. You can say who has to roll they have danger die, right? So like you could basically negotiate any part of that mission, and you could have more people do it, less people do it. And then you've got objective cards in your hand that are like, do a mission by yourself or fail a mission on purpose. I mean, those are the kind of things that are making it tense. And it's a race to 10 points. And I think that 10-point window means every turn matters. If Chris makes a mission, I mean, I'm like, I care about every time Chris is going on a mission now, right? Yeah. If I'm in that mission or not. So it's pretty good. I would play it again. I want to dive into it a little bit more because I tried a strategy where you don't start with crew, and I saw a couple ways to make crew not only bring cards back out of my deck the right way. I love trashing in a deck builder sense. I love culling the deck down to like distilled. That's a favorite way that I like to play deck builders. So I saw a way to do that with some crew. And I also thought that if I had the most crew, then anybody who wanted to go on a crew heavy mission would have to take me, which kind of worked because the table was mostly friends that I didn't know. It was like 3 people who knew each other and I was the loner, and they would always want to take each other. But then they looked over and they're like, well, we need someone who's good at crew. And I was like, I'm right here. Let's go.
That's funny. The kind of player I know you are, because I would imagine you'd like this game. You are probably the most observant of what other people are doing because you call it out. You're like, well, I see Chris over there is doing this. And I'm like, how do you know what I'm doing? What are you doing looking at over here? Don't look over here. And you're like, and I see Mike is doing this. So I like that you actually, at least in convention games and stuff we've played, you kind of call out how you're thinking about stuff sometimes, which I've always found interesting. And I'm like, man, I'm not paying attention to people like Peter.
There was a topic about that, not to go off on too much of a tangent, but there was a topic I saw on Facebook today where it's like who talks out their turn versus who keeps completely silent. And there were some people who were like, don't talk at all. Please don't talk. And then other people that were really kind of happy that someone would say, well, I'm going to go here because I think that I could do this. And I talk because I tell the story. If I'm playing Dwellings with someone, when the demon tile comes out, I tell everyone like, "Ooh, it's going to burn someone's house down." I get right in there with other people's turns, my turn. I think it's kind of fun to sort of narrate. I don't do it like I don't interrupt someone's turn or anything.
Right.
But I just love to think about the stories that are happening, whether or not the game is telling you that they're happening. I don't know. I definitely was.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask Mike if he's played Moonrakers.
No, I'm actually online trying to find a copy.
Yeah, it's a small company. They've only done 2 Kickstarters that I know of. They did Veiled Fate, which was their second Kickstarter.
Oh, I know that one.
And Veiled Fate has that same kind of, I think it's a very interactive style that they're into, right? Because Veiled Fate, you got a social deduction kind of a thing.
IV games or 4 games. I don't know if that's a Roman numeral 4 or IV.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like
4 games. That makes sense.
They are definitely, they've got great looking games, which of course is the first thing that sucks me in. And then interactive games is not a bad, so deck builders are great. And then when I found out the Moonrakers had a little bit of an element of who's going to go on the mission and how's it going to play out, what are you going to negotiate for? I was in there when I was starting to lose negotiations saying like, I'll do it for 1 gold. I just want to be, because here's an interesting thing about it. Everyone who's on the mission gets to chuck their hand at the end and has to. And everyone who's not on the mission keeps their hand. So if you get dealt a bad 5 cards in a deck builder, you can be like, I want to go on this mission just to burn my hand. So it was interesting how many people were.
Can you pay to go on a mission?
You can't pay. I mean, you could certainly throw that in there to the person who's the active player. Almost anything goes in terms of the missions. So I saw people doing crazy deals, and I was like, "Oh my god, this is going to be hard to get in there." So I started offering really cheap ways to get in these missions.
I've been in games like that before, where if like I usually try to find a strategic negotiation where it's good for them and for me. And that works if you're in more than a 2-player game, obviously. But I've seen stuff where people just go, who wants to do this? And they would just give away stuff almost, making deals, and I'd stay out of it. And then I realized what they were really doing is just getting the negotiation going, because then they were just constantly in it, and I was out of it.
Right.
Like every time I tried to get in it, I was the weirdo coming into their little group now. You know what I'm saying? Like I pinned myself as the guy who doesn't negotiate by trying to find the perfect deal. So I've learned that like at the beginning of those kind of games, you really just kind of like got to throw yourself into the negotiation and get involved. Otherwise, you end up just being the weirdo guy in the corner trying to win without negotiation.
I will say that out of the 2 things that I saw happen in Moonrakers, the deck building and the negotiation of contracts or whatever, I was most excited about the deck building. I mean, I do think that part's fun, but I think they made a good deck build. I saw there's ship parts and there's crew, and after every time you go on a mission, regardless of whether or not it works, you can go buy as many. The crew goes into your deck. The ship parts go onto this board, and you can only have 4 ship parts, and they do powers that break the game. And that to me, there was enough in there where I'm convinced the deck building part is totally satisfying. I was trying to build a strong enough deck that I could go on other people's missions, but when it came to my turn, I didn't have to take any of those suckers. That's what I was trying to do.
So one of the things I like in deck builders that seems fairly new, maybe it's not, but it's not done enough, is when you buy a new card, you get to put it on top of your deck versus in your discard. Does Moonrakers do that, or do you go in the discard?
They put it in the discard, but there are a lot of things that pop things out of the discard. There's because of the fact that it's pretty tight. It has a lot of trashing, so you start with 10 cards. And once there's 5 in the discard, I felt like I was buying crew that would immediately search the discard and pull something. So it feels like they don't need to do that, but it definitely is going in the discard. You can't use it for a turn usually. but there's a lot of cycling because remember, everyone on a mission trashes 5 cards, or discards. So, you constantly keep drawing back up.
So, Mike, did you play a game better than that?
No, I'm on the pre-order page for it. It sounds fantastic.
Well, you can't be buying games.
I'll tell you what, by the way, if you want to try it sometime, I played it on TTS, so I'm happy to play it sometime and teach it and show you guys.
Oh, that'd be great. It looks like something that would. It definitely is one of those games that it looks like it would be better with the right group of people.
Right.
But also, everything you're talking about, it sounds like the game sings.
I don't know if they made the TTS, but let me tell you, the TTS is also heavily scripted. So when you play your cards like you would be playing in Dominion with the village and then the 2 cards on top of that one, and you play out the little pyramid in an area, and there's a button to clean the area and put it all on your desk. I was like, you know what? You make a game that the play gets snappy, and then of course it's way better than every other TTS game that doesn't have clean the cards. I'm like,
yeah, I mean that's that we were playing. Mike and I were playing with my brother Star Wars Outer Limits, Outer Rim, and that's the only thing about playing in that. Just got to scroll over here and pick up the deck of cards and do the search thing, and all that minutia that just
it adds up,
cut through and stuff. Yeah, it takes forever to do that kind of stuff. So anything you can do to clean up, I like that idea.
Yeah. So we'll have to play sometime because that was a good one.
Yeah. We have a lot of things we need to start playing.
I'll tell you the app one, by the way. I play Hearthstone every day, probably, at least a little bit, just because
I've never played it.
I'm addicted. I think that it charges me up design wise, and it's not like entirely the reason why I play it, but their format is really good. That they have so many different modes of play. So they don't just have the one mode of play. They actually have, I think you could slice that apple like 8 ways, and they've found a way that each way is interesting with similar cards, right? And even so much so that there's a weekly tavern game, which is another mini game, which when I started seeing those, for example, there's decks and decks of cards, just like Magic, right? There's tons of cards. You can come in and open packs and have cards and be playing right away, but you have a build. The way that you build the deck is it's 2 copies. You're allowed to have 2 copies of every card in your deck, and you have 30 cards. So unlike Magic, they tightened it so it's fast. The games take 10 minutes tops. So they have 2 copies of every card. But in the tavern, every once in a while they'll say, "All right, today you get to pick just 1 card, and it's all 30 cards or that 1 card." And you have this moment where you're like, ooh, what card would be the one that I'd want the whole deck to be? And then you play against other people who've picked 1 card, and you're like, oh, that's a good one. That card kicked my butt, Then the next week, the tavern is not that at all. It's now that Santa Claus is dropping a present on. So this was, during December. It drops a present on your side of the board, and normally all of your cards are focused on killing the other side of the board. So when that module came up, you're like, I need cards that bomb my own side, and then you start building a deck that is just a different way to look at the cards, right? Same cards that are in the regular game, but now you're trying to think of it a different way. And to me, that makes me think in dev terms all the time of like trying to twist. You want cards that there's cards that they'll come out with, and you're like, that card's not useful. But then they'll come up with a mode where you're like, that's the best card for that mode.
Yeah. It's like Magic, right? They do the Pauper, they do the Commander, they do a whole bunch of different stuff. And this week, this card is absolutely useless, but when that new set drops and you combo it with that useless card, it's like the best combo ever. It's fascinating with that kind of thought process.
And then they did another mode, which is called Battlegrounds, which is actually 8 players log in and have a battle. And so so the card play is different, right? How do you make an 8-player tournament go that fast? Well, what they did is they decided that they were going to take all the cards that didn't work in that format and kill them, take all the other cards and nerf the powers so that they were customized. And then the play is auto. So all you're doing is drafting cards. And then as soon as you're done drafting, the cards just attack without you having to do anything. And so you're playing in an 8-player tournament that boils down to about 20 minutes. So actually, Derek Funkhauser went and hosted one, and so I joined that one. A bunch of us were playing it. That one's fun because it's taking the same cards, but now it's like, how can you survive in this tournament structure?
Right.
It's a very good exercise for your brain, and so this is why I look at it. Those particular ones, the battleground ones, it's a regulated amount of coins that you get every turn, and they ramp slightly. And so that makes me think when I'm designing a tabletop game and it's going too slow or going too fast, I'm like, let's look at Hearthstone. Like, how do they make that ramp right all the time? Like, how does that, I want to get right into the fun. I don't want to wait. I don't like, you play board games, and if you're waiting 30 minutes to get into the good part, that's just
So when are we going to design the deck builder time travel game?
Do it. Oh, I have a time travel deck builder, actually.
I've been taking
there you go.
entire time of stuff that Peter is going to sign when we talk to him by the end of the week. I have a whole list of notes.
That's right, man. Sucker for those things.
Let's see. In our next show notes, we have shows, movies to watch. Anybody see? Has anybody seen The Nevers? It just came out like 2 days ago. It's on HBO Max.
It's on my list. I haven't yet. I saw it, which maybe, have you seen it?
Yeah.
All right. So I saw somebody post something about they're never watching it again because it's associated with Joss Whedon and they're done with.
I posted on that post. Did you not see it? Or it might have been someone else's, but.
You know me, I try and stay away from negativity. So I was immediately like, well, whatever. But not to go negative, but what happened? Is there something that I missed?
So you mean with Joss Whedon or with the Nevers show?
Both?
Oh, okay. Well, I'll try to.
I mean, is this like an after-show conversation?
So no. Joss Whedon has been called out by what's his name? The guy that played Cyborg in Justice League.
Oh, okay.
Ray Fisher?
Yes, Ray Fisher. Thank you. He's been called out as being abusive on set and stuff like that. I don't know the specifics. They haven't said it because it's under investigation or whatever.
Oh, wow.
But then people from like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, people are basically like coming out and saying, yes, he did this and said this and stuff. It hasn't been anything, not that I've read anything. It hasn't been anything like physically abusive or anything like that, but he is, I guess, I don't know what the term is, mentally abusive to people sometimes, according to them. And then he has not said anything as far as I know. He's just kind of like going into the shadows kind of thing. So, he's got kind of a bad reputation right now. And a lot of people are coming out saying, yeah, he's always been kind of like this way. Like he gets in his head about the thing. And like would tell people like, well, I don't want to put words and other people can read it. But anyway, it sounds like a lot of bad stuff, which is a real shame because I'm a huge fan of the work that he does. Avengers, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Firefly.
It's more than just a director is an asshole on set, right? Like that's kind of an overarching, like most directors.
It basically sounds like he's an asshole, yeah.
Right, but a director telling you how to play the part because they're directing the thing seems more like he's abusive, telling me and the rest of the cast we all suck and we don't know what to do as actors. Like that could be mentally abusive.
Yeah, like I don't know exact details on certain things. Like some of it is vague, some of it I haven't read maybe or something. But so I don't want to say he did this because I don't know.
It's an interesting point though, Mike, because you kind of get the idea that some directors that some of it is, I'm going to boss around because I've won an Oscar and I know what I'm doing and I think I can tell the whole room what to do.
Sure.
Yeah, that's kind of like what they happened. Yeah, from what I read from Ray Fisher, he said that Ray Fisher loved what happened with Snyder, where he was going with this character and all that. Then Joss Whedon came in and said, we're getting rid of all that cyborg crap that it's centered around, taking out of the stuff. He wanted him to say booyah because he says it on the cartoon and stuff like that, and Ray Fisher hated it, so they clashed a lot. And then he said that he said something to Gal Gadot that made her upset and stuff. So basically, he's acting like he always has, but now it's no longer being tolerated in the industry. Is what I think is happening.
Good.
So yeah, good that that's getting out there and telling people that that's no longer acceptable and stuff. So going back to the Nevers, he I think wrote or partially wrote or created the show and directed the first episode, but then left. And this was before all the controversy. And so the post that you're talking about, or at least one of them, I don't know if it's the same one, but someone was saying, well, I'm not going to watch the show because he had something to do with it. And I responded with, well, not only is he not with it anymore, but Joss Whedon will not feel your wrath of not watching his show. However, all the actresses and actors and crew members and hundreds of people, maybe thousands, because it's an HBO show, are going to feel your wrath. Or if there's several actresses on there that it's their first big thing. That's their dream is happening, and people are like, I'm not going to see this because that guy. You're basically turning them into victims of what he's doing. You're making his actions hurt them by not participating. Like, don't watch it if you're not interested in it, but if you are interested in it, support the actors and the writers and stuff that are continuing to make it. He's not going to feel it at all. He's already been paid. He's gone.
Yeah.
So, at least that's my personal feeling.
And you're saying it's good. Is the other thing you're saying?
I was for the first episode. Yeah. I was good for the first episode, but like I said, I'm already a fan of Joss Whedon's work, so not a fan of how he gets it done apparently, but
I can't talk about any shows because I know you've probably already talked about. I know you guys have already done Winter Soldier, Falcon, and Winter Soldier. So
there's been another episode since last time we talked. So yeah, I'm always talking.
I mean, holy crap, that episode!
Right? I mean, there have been some amazing moments in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. There has not been anything that I can think of other than Bucky killing Tony's parents that have been like, holy shit.
By the way, spoilers for the last episode about to be talked about because,
Oh my God.
For that?
Yeah, where's your Thrawn figure that you said in episode 1 you were going to hold up during spoilers? Oh, he's doing it. Nice.
I will say this.
You can mute this if you don't want to. If you haven't seen the episode yet.
WandaVision number 1, episode number 1 didn't grab me, and either did Falcon and Winter Soldier. I actually was going to give up on episode 1.
Oh, really?
Wow.
I was like, this seems like they're not going to do any. Not to say that they have to do any effects or anything, but I was like, this is going to be a boring Shield. Like, it's going to be like they're not going to do anything cool in these shows. And then I think by episode 2, I was like, okay, wait a minute. Hold on a second. They're actually doing a movie plot here. They're going to go deep. So I was such a rush. You guys have both seen it, right? We're not wrecking it for Chris or anything right now.
Right. Yeah.
No, we're caught up.
So the moment where Cap sees the vial that's not dead and you realize what he's going to.
Yeah, he's not our Cap. Come on now.
I'm saying because of the fact that they've built this character, and of course I don't like him either, but when you see that vial, you're like, oh my God, the asshole's gonna get the stuff.
It
was so good. It was so
Did you think that Zemo was gonna do it first?
No.
Yeah, see, that's the part. It's like the person I expected to take it doesn't take it, and the person who then comes in is like, "Oh no."
No, because Zemo's whole personality is against it. Like it's his religion almost. Like humans should not have. There's no way he was going to do it. I knew the minute he saw it, he was going to smash them all.
But he's the one you expect to be evil, and Cap is the one you expect to be good, and so that's why it was such an amazing moment where he's smashing it, and the other guy's pocketing it.
Yeah,
I love that we're getting to see more of Zemo and like getting in behind why he did what he did and his beliefs. Like, you can almost kind of see where he's coming from. That's I love villains.
That episode had everything because you got Zemo in there and you got Wakanda coming in there. I mean,
you see everybody's point of view.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. Well, that's a good point too. Like, I love that stuff.
And
it's good.
When they ended that episode, I immediately sent a text out, like, because my ex-wife is not really watching that one, and I was like, this is going to change the MCU. You have to watch this show now because it's going to be different. Whatever they're doing, they're shaping it. It's like it's going to impact things now. Oh yeah, and it was funny because like right after the episode, I looked on Facebook and someone was like, "I'm very mad," and I was like, "I know." It's seeing the blood on the shield. Yeah,
one of the most epic images.
Sacrilege.
Oh my God.
It's fun. The thing is, I was like, either this is going to change a lot, and we're going to have to deal with it in the canon, or they're going to immediately get him out of there. But I don't see them doing that, right?
You mean the new Cap 2.0?
Yeah, like if they
US agent,
they could write the story and say, well, that's it for this, and now there's no Cap anymore, and the shield's back to not in use. But I don't think they're doing that, right? It seems like they're going to run with this one.
No, I would say they're going to get rid of US Agent and Falcon's going to take it over.
You think so?
We're going to have a Cap. We have 2 episodes left, but we're going to end with a Cap, but it's going to be, with the shield.
That would make sense, right?
I don't know. I think
US Agent. US Agent's going to go. That blood on the shield, he's done. He's done.
He should be done.
Yep.
No, I think it will eventually. I don't know if they're going to do it this season.
We've already lost Hoskins, Battlestar. He's done.
Yeah.
So half of it's gone. He's going to get enraged, and we're going to end up. It's going to be. Oh my God! It's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing.
Huh. It's good stuff.
I haven't felt that since Civil War, where Bucky and Cap were fighting, and the shield was flying back and forth. And we talked about this on our either after episode or previous episode, where Chris Evans had the shield, and Iron Man is all busted up, and for a moment, like I wasn't breathing because I honestly thought Cap was gonna just smash him, and that moment hasn't been, at least on my feelings, until that moment again, which is just harking back to that, and then he went through with it, and I was like, oh my God, no, he didn't.
Yeah,
it was devastating and unbelievably awesome at the same time.
Yeah,
it was really interesting. Like I thought of that moment too, where Cap has the shield up, and for me, knowing Captain America and Chris Evans' character and all that, and I was thinking, my hope was, please don't make him do that. Like I don't want that. But when it got around the U.S. agent holding the shield over, I was like, oh, this is
let's do it.
Like you knew it was going to happen, and it was really interesting character building in different ways, right? Like it's interesting that on one character doing the same action, you're thinking if they do this, they're going to ruin them, and the other character, you're like, yeah, this is where this
will define the villain, right? Yeah. Because it was a little heavy-handed, but when the Wakandans kick his butt, they were trying to really quickly show why he would go to do this,
right?
Because he's like feeling inferior, feeling like he's not the real Cap, which he's not. So they're like,
well, I'm living in the shadow too, right? Like he's had to deal with living in that shadow since the beginning,
right? Living in the shadow and then not able to get the authority. No one's really listening to him, and then he gets his ass kicked. So he's like, all right. And he even asks, they were cramming it too fast because he then asks his friend, should I do it? It's like, it was kind of like, what? You're going to do it a minute from now, but whatever.
Well, they juxtaposed it with Sam, right? Zemo asked Sam, if you had the chance, would you? And it was
right, yeah.
No. Yeah, so even we get that right away too. And again, it's 6 episodes. Like this could be an 8 episode or a 9 episode, or give me one a week for a whole year. But they crammed it in, but they also gave us that it wasn't too soon. It didn't forced, right?
I actually, I was excited. I thought they were going to wait another episode before he did it and became before the scene, but they got it all in there. They did figure it out.
That's one thing I don't worry about it or anything, but I just don't know why Sam would say no.
What, to the Shield?
No,
No,
to the
Serum.
Serum.
Yeah.
Because he's seen Captain America. He knows that Captain America is a good person. So why does he think he couldn't handle? Because I think Sam could. If he got the serum, I think he'd be another good example of a Captain America.
He wasn't in the right conversation when Hoskins was like, it makes you just an enhanced version of yourself. He wasn't in that chat. It's too bad. He missed out.
Right, because I think he would be a good person. With,
right.
Just enhances the
Speaking
person.
of that, what do you think about, I forget her name now, the other woman that's got the power, that's the leader of the...
Oh, I love her.
Is it Cassie?
Yeah. Cassie or something like that. Was that what it is? Because I was looking at her and looking at her character, and I'm thinking, I kind of like where she and Sam were having this conversation, but I don't like her phone call to Sam's sister. That seemed like very villainous, very over the line from where I thought she was at.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I like where this conversation, like, I understand she called the sister because she wouldn't have his number. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool, reaching out and stuff. And then she did the twist, the threat. And I was like, oh, you went too far. Why'd you do that?
Yeah.
What happened just before she made that call, though, right? She's having that conversation with Sam, and then they get bombarded, as if Sam was, like, just delaying the time. Like, she saw it as, oh, you tricked me. And then she turns around and be like, all right, well, I can do this to you, too. I don't think it was malicious. I think she's trying to set up a point.
Carly Morgan. Carly. Yeah, but she didn't need to. Like, no matter what, all she had to do was say her name, tell Sam, and leave. And her sister would have called up and go, hey, this person seems kind of messed up, and called for you. And that would have been it.
I mean, the reason why I'm bringing
no reason for the threat.
Well, she's also blown up buildings and killed people, and she's like, yeah, it's just par for the course. Like,
yeah, so she's a little bit too villainous to let live, is what I'm saying. I think now that because if they are going to jettison the U.S. agent and say, okay, he's got to go because he did the thing, the only one that can survive then, I guess, is Bucky with the stuff in him. I mean, everyone else has got to go.
I think they're going to save her.
Yeah.
I think they're going to turn
her. She also took a bullet to the gut, and she was, like, fighting full on 3.5 minutes later. Like,
well, I mean, I just watched Winter Soldier again a few days ago, and he got shot like 3 times by Bucky, and he was still kind of fighting after that. In the gut, one of them.
How about the moment where they took his arm off?
Oh,
like, that triple punch, and his arm just went.
Did you know they could do that? No way.
No.
That was great.
Not happy about that.
It was, and he's just like, oh, it was great.
It actually looked like he felt violated, which was interesting. It's
totally.
Yeah. Like, suddenly, I was like, oh, right, he's an amputee. Like I don't ever think about it.
Yep.
But that's got to be a sensitive thing, right? Yep. It's very interesting. I mean, and it was all on his face too, acting. He didn't have to say anything.
I liked it better in this episode than I That's why I think the first episode, I did not like seeing him in therapy. Felt like a trope of it. I was like, no, I don't want to see this Bucky lost in a mental state kind of a Bucky. But this last episode, he seemed pretty focused and seemed pretty into where he was at.
Oh, I think right? Beginning of the episode, we see him getting all teared up that he's finally like those words aren't affecting him and he's like cured kind of thing. And then totally vulnerable when it's just like this double tap to his inner shoulder and his arms on the floor. And that like the range of his character in just the one episode is just phenomenal.
Yeah. They're doing some interesting stuff with him.
Yeah.
I didn't mind the, like when they first showed him in therapy, I was like, well, that makes sense. After all the stuff he's been through, he should be in that, sure. But I was happy that they moved on past that fairly quickly. They did have a moment with him and Sam and the therapist, which was hilarious.
Yeah, that was a funny moment.
Yeah,
and it made sense. It was part of his pardon, right? He just blew up the UN, So part of your pardon is you got to go to anger management. So to see Bucky like total, even there he's vulnerable, right? Like the doctor's just telling him who he is.
Right.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. And the whole, I'm glad they haven't, like, it's there, his befriending the father of a guy that he killed, and he feels guilty and all that. But it's not just like harped on so much where you like, you know, you're not feeling like it's Brad Pitt's character in Interview with a Vampire, where you're just like, just shut up with all the whining with your, I feel bad about myself kind of thing. Like they're not making it, they're not just beating you in the head with it. So I think they've done a pretty good job with it.
They gave us a little bit more backstory of Bucky and his vulnerability. They gave us a little bit more about Sam and his family and what's happened there. And
I love that stuff about Sam.
We also lost Red Wing too. Like how much of a gut punch was that when Red Wing went down?
Well, for him, like,
that's his sidekick.
So I'm pretty impressed with the fact that MCU is layering this stuff in. Like previously, you had to do like a whole Thor 2 to get layers, which everyone then ignored. But you know, like now they can figure out how to do a couple episodes, which will just layer when the next Strange movie has just stuff that you got to see. That's pretty good.
Well, plus we layer a production value in the show, right? Like, at so many points throughout the series, it doesn't feel like I'm watching a Netflix weekly show.
Right.
It feels like it's a cinematic experience. Like it's shot as if it was a movie. You can just cut out the weeks and watch a 6-hour movie. It feels, the production value of it is just tremendous. Expected, but tremendous.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they are starting to drop little hints of maybe X-Men coming into the picture eventually, like the town that they're in. What's it called?
Madripoor.
Madripoor, yeah. I know that has some connections to mutants and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see how they do that, if they do that. I don't know if they've committed to bringing in X-Men yet, have they?
They are. That and the Fantastic Four are coming in. But have you been to the website? Somebody told me that on the website you can like explore Madripoor, and some of the containers have actual names, and 4 of them are X-Men characters.
Oh, weird.
Wow.
Like 3 are like B or even C characters, but one of them is like, well, wait a minute. Like that's done on purpose.
I mean, it can't be the X-Men that we know. Like you can't have had all these mutants and then not have Nick Fury know about it.
Right, yeah.
You couldn't have had Magneto from 1940. Plus, Magneto would be like 100 years old now if he was in the camps, you know? So you're going to have to rewrite some histories. And, if he was, let's say he was 10 years old in 1945 at best,
Yeah.
He's a little too old to be fighting the X-Men.
Yeah, but if Wanda ripped open a crack in the space-time continuum,
well,
it could still happen.
Well, I mean, we already know he's not the father and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So, what was that, Peter?
I was going to say they could go a lot of places with the whole magic factor, right? With the Doctor Strange thing that's coming. But yeah, Madripoor was an interesting thing too. It's like, well, we have to go to another city to hunt the thing. Let's make it a little bit of a weird. I mean, we have to get in a character. That was a interesting take.
Yeah.
Is that? Oh no, Wakanda. I was trying to think. Is that the only fake city that they've created? But I guess the whole Wakanda nation is not a real nation. But because I know, like DC has Gotham and Central City and Star City and stuff like that. So, and then Marvel usually sticks to real cities, like Spider-Man's in New York, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting when they make up their own places.
I was very upset to learn that Madripoor was not a real place.
Cool name for a city too.
Yeah.
Good name.
Really good title for a game too.
It would be. It would be.
Kind of like Albert Rodeo.
Albert Rodeo.
I have notes.
I mean, that's a fun name for the app. It's funny. I was in some chat with someone and they were talking about how there should be a Lord of the Rings theme park. And I got into this whole, I went down oh my God. Yeah. So there would have to be, the pools of the dead where, you're with your family and you're exploring, and then they've got people that just yank a family member away when you're not looking. And then you see like they've got they'll have to find ways. It's like you look at the reflection, you see like your family member there. Meanwhile, they've just shuffled them into like a side thing where they're getting like extra dessert or something for fun. But I was like imagining what you'd have to do to make a official Lord of the Rings. I would definitely want to walk around until I got to the Shire and just go, man, I'll take all the beer and all the cakes and stuff.
Yep.
No one wants to go on the Mount Doom roller coaster, or maybe you do because it's just,
It's a little warm.
So yeah, Madripoor felt like a nice thing to like throw this city in there. That it would be a fun game. It would be an interesting place to explore. Good role play, since we were talking about RPGs. It would be a good.
That's true. Well, we have gone, looks like 3 hours now. We might have gone to the longest episode ever. I don't know if we have. I think the one to beat is Lance's.
Okay, I want to beat Lance's episode.
Lance? So far, we've gone 3 hours, 5 minutes, and 34 seconds. What was Lance at, Mike?
We could definitely beat Lance's, I'm sure, right? Lance's was 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 39 seconds.
Already beaten him.
All right, there we go.
There you go. You have
the gauntlet's been thrown.
I could push this a little more if you want to talk about. I don't know if you've seen Kong versus Godzilla or Godzilla versus Kong.
I have seen that.
I haven't seen it, but go ahead.
What a sad. Oh God, to preface this, my son is so huge into Godzilla. He will watch those movies, and I'm not talking about just the last. He'll watch the last couple, and then the other ones before that, and he's so into Godzilla. So a couple weeks ago we watched Skull Island, which I had not seen, and I only remembered the Jack Black one. So I was pleasantly surprised that there was actually a good King Kong movie. So I was ready for this because I was like, I've seen all the Godzilla. I have just watched Skull Island. Let's go. And then it was a pile of crap. I was like, what are we watching? Now, my son still really liked it. I don't know why. I think just because more time with one of his favorite characters on screen is enough.
So, Chris, you've seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I might see it, but kaiju just isn't usually something that I'm like enthusiastic about seeing. I think I saw Skull Island. I saw the Jack Black one, obviously. And that's only because King Kong was a huge movie that my dad liked. So I watched that with him as a kid, so I wanted to see those kind of things. I don't think I've seen any of the Godzilla ones, though.
The Godzilla ones they take it in some weird, like, Godzilla's got here's one interesting thing before I want to hear Mike's take on it, but in one of the last Godzilla ones, he runs into Ghidorah, right? So Godzilla's got to be king, got to take out, Godzilla cannot have a second, it has to be alpha, right? Mm-hmm. So the whole time I'm watching them, like, why is he not? Where's Kong? Kong's out there. How is it not that they had? So this was, of course, really great that they're finally addressing, well, why was Kong not around when he's trying to be the alpha? Well, they finally explained it. Mm-hmm. That was maybe the only part that was sort of like, okay. After that, they go in a weird place. It's like, what?
I think the reason why I didn't watch it is because from the trailers and stuff, it to me either looks like 2 hours of giant monsters fighting where people then cut as if it's a different story, just going watching the whole time. That's what the trailer looks like. Or it's 2 hours of people talking about this matchup that's going to happen at the end, and then it happens at the end, and then you can't kill one of them. I don't know what happened.
That is what the trailer is. you know, it's watching the trailer. You're like, well, one of these can't die. So how are they? What is this gonna do?
Yeah,
Then when you're watching it, you're like, oh, okay, that's of course what they've got to do.
if you were to tell me, oh, they did something really cool that's not like either one of those two things, I'd be interested in seeing it. Otherwise, I get it. I know what it is.
What do you think it is?
Yeah,
This is interesting.
Like what I just said, it's either 2 hours of these creatures fighting, and then maybe one win. I don't care if one wins. I want both of them out of my city. Whatever's going on, get out of here.
There's so much destruction in this one that no one ever addresses. Like,
it's that whole Superman thing where they destroy a whole city kind of thing. I understand visually that might have been interesting back in 2000 or something, but it's been done so much through disaster movies. And I mean, this just feels like another disaster movie, only there's a story behind the disaster.
I actually don't know if it's because of Marvel that I now expect when cities get leveled that there's going to be a meeting about like, well, what happened to you guys trashed this area. Like, I expect now that there's going to be this thing, but of course that's only in the MCU that happens.
Which
they totally evacuated all the cities that were in the movie. Cities were fully evacuated, but there you are right next to the leg of a monster.
You know how long it takes you to evacuate a city like New York or something like that?
2 minutes and 14 seconds.
Oh man, I don't know. So Mike, did you think that was good or what? I mean, it's fine if you did.
I loved it.
You did?
I went into it. I took the Chris approach. I went into it with a very low bar.
I think if you go with a low bar, it's fine.
It was a fun. It's a fun movie. It's almost 100% predictable. You know what's going to happen. Yeah. The movie poster or the movie trailers or whatever said one will fall. Okay, fine. Who are you going to kill, Godzilla or Kong? Like, you're trying to figure that whole thing out. The director saying that there will be a clear winner. Okay, fine. But when you start getting into it, you gotta take a lot of it with a grain of salt, right? What are you talking about here? But I hadn't seen King of the Monsters, so I had to watch that before watching Godzilla vs. Kong, and watching them back to back was pretty cool. I learned a lot about Ghidorah and Rodan, and maybe not a lot, maybe that's stretching it. I learned extra tidbits of information about these characters that I just remember watching in a Godzilla movie that was like, oh, there's this giant thing that's going to fight Godzilla this time. That was different than the last giant thing that fought Godzilla last time in the same city.
What was the name of
rebuilt?
What was the name of the character that was like the Godzilla expert who in the other Godzilla movies, he died in the King of the Monsters one, right?
Spoilers.
No, sorry. Well, I mean, did you turn the sign off?
We didn't see a body, so.
No, this is okay. But this is not for the current one, Chris. It's like, okay, so here's the one thing I was going to say. Someone asked me, do I need to have watched all of them? And I'm like, well, no, because Skull Island, if you never saw it, this doesn't reckon. You just go into it and you find Kong, you can figure it out. But I will say that there is a family from the Godzilla movies. So the Godzilla movies have gotten these characters that they've carried along. And here, there's a dad and a daughter that are like, if you haven't watched the other ones, they're on screen. You don't give a crap about them. You don't know why they're there. They are like so annoying in this movie too. You're like, who gives a crap about this guy? But he is like such a pivotal character in the last movie. So you have to know that. Otherwise, it's this annoying guy that you're cutting to going like, well, it's a civilian. Why don't we give a crap about that guy?
Yeah. Hearing this makes me glad that I didn't just watch that and not ones before it, I guess, because I would be like, who are these people? I don't care about the monsters. I don't care about these people. Why am I watching this?
Yeah.
I'm like watching wrestling right now where I don't know anybody involved. I'm like, I don't care if that guy's mad at that guy. Why am I watching this?
So I will probably watch it again because, like I said, my son's addicted. I'll give it another. I'll give it a solid. I'll watch it just for popcorn value and just I don't care. I think
there's plenty wrong with it, though. I mean, there's stuff that I couldn't get into that just didn't make sense. but for what it was, it was a fun movie to watch.
I'm glad to hear that Mike enjoyed it, because I would hope that movies like that are just fun popcorn.
It is. I mean, there are some.
If you're saying, then awesome. I love that it's fun.
Yeah, you can't take it real. I mean, at one point, Godzilla does his blue laser breath in Tokyo and goes right to the core of the earth, and like this thing happens, and you're like, well, I don't know if that's really something that Godzilla can do, but it happened, and it was cool. And breaking it down is like, well, really, would they have taken that? Like, it was just, there was a lot of disconnection, but the movie was fun.
Oh, I like Brad's chimed in.
Oh, I didn't have my
no human made a decision that made any sense. Which, you expect the monsters not to make any sense, but yes, that's true.
Yeah, that's true.
Wouldn't the only decision to be evacuate? I don't know what storyline is going on over here with humans, but who cares? There's giant things fighting and destroying a city. Now, it doesn't matter who loves who. It doesn't matter who's, I don't know what the story is and stuff, but any story going on with humans becomes moot when the city starts being destroyed. I don't understand what they're doing with it, but like I said, I hadn't seen it.
Well, and the other thing that's this, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, but like, so in Skull Island, there wasn't a little girl, right? Who they just came up with a girl that could talk to Kong, which I guess is a convenient. I'm sure that's been used in other Kong movies, right? There's a human that Kong will associate with, and that is how you get around Kong as a crazy animal. But it was so so over the top. I think that's the reason why I was like, okay, whatever. He's going to take a minute to just tell this little girl what's up. I mean,
Well, he saved her, right? I think the story was that something was going on and he saved her. But Chris, you're not waiting till the end of the movie to have the fight. Like, you're in it pretty quickly.
It's scenario A.
Yeah, that was my problem. I was like, you're either waiting a whole thing, and
they get in right into it,
or I'm watching a 2-hour fight, which I don't also want to watch.
It's the 2-hour
goes up and down. It's not a 2-hour fight.
It's not a 2-hour fight, but definitely, like I said, in the last movie, it's like, why is Godzilla not? If he's an alpha, why isn't that going for Kong? So the start of this movie is Kong's going to come out of his place, and then they're like, well, Godzilla's going to go for him immediately, and it's like, and he does. So It's like, okay, thanks. It's not a complete slog, though.
Over here in the chat, Brad said no human made a decision that made any sense. And Mike is saying, Brad, are you saying Chris is not human? And then I said, the only way to win is to not play. So Brad bagged me up.
That's if you're trying to find, if you're an avid, and I'm curious how your son thinks about this, being an avid Godzilla fan. If you're looking for, well, why the hell does Superman and Zod destroy the city for no reason and millions of people? Like, if you're analyzing it, then this is not a movie you should see. If you're looking at it like the big guy in the big gorilla suit, or the big guy in the big lizard suit going through these horribly constructed 3D buildings and punching each other, like just having fun with it, it's a good movie.
Oh no, it does the thing. I mean, it definitely, there was awesome scenes in it, and I'm even thinking I'm not going to spoil it in case Chris does suck himself into it someday, but
I might. Like I said, I don't mind movies that are just popcorn and silliness and stuff. Sometimes that's fun,
but
it just hasn't excited me. So
I think that the other ones did a better job of doing the same thing, but at least holding on to some. I'd say Skull Island is my favorite of the batch that have all been recently put out, because the Godzilla ones there's a nice story to them if you kind of watch them all, I guess. This one, though, did not feel like it was part of that. It felt like, okay, they go to some weird stuff in this one, and I thought, well, yeah. I was like, the other ones just did a better job. I actually liked the. I don't think it's the Ghidorah one. I think it's actually the first one in that batch where it's like the first time they're starting to track Godzilla. This one feels like, okay, it's years later and now they've got whole facilities, but because they've got whole facilities that do this, the tech and the story gets more.
I think the first Godzilla one was more about what Chris was saying, where there's like monsters fighting in the background and you're following the humans through what was going on. And that felt different. That felt cool. Like there's these things doing this thing and you see them in the background punching the shit out of each other, but you're following this group of men or army, whatever. I don't know if they were army or not, but this group of characters that are going through like this dilapidated rundown city now. And they're in the background, which was really cool to see visually. And this one, you're right, is totally disconnected than Skull Island and Godzilla, even King of the Monsters. Like it just felt. But how do you do that with two titans, where you're like promising this winner? Like it must be really challenging to figure out how they could make this happen. I don't know who was smoking what when they decided some of the things that happened, but I'm sure it wasn't an easy task to figure out how can you portray these two on this grand scale.
The best was that I didn't know where they were going to go, and my son's like, "It's obvious, Dad. It's going to be X." And he was
totally obvious.
Like, okay.
Very. One of my favorite moments in the thing was when you saw the screen and it said, I don't remember the first word. It was like user or somebody was disconnected. Like you see this screen and it says user was disconnected. And then the next scene is this guy talking about something. And in the background, shit starts happening. And you're like, oh my God, it just said they were disconnected. And that's happening behind him. Like it was really cool. It was a good scene A, scene B kind of thing.
Did they do stuff like Cloverfield where you're seeing it from the human's point of view or anything like that while it's going on? Or?
Sometimes.
Cloverfield might have been one of the better.
I love Cloverfield
Godzilla movies, right? Because it would have a different feel to it completely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, because it wasn't about the monster as much as it was the human beings that were going through. That's why I liked Walking Dead. That's why, I like to see the human drama with the stuff that's triggering all that stuff. So it's not really about the zombies. It's not really about the kaiju or whatever it is that's attacking and stuff. It's about how the humans interact during that pressured time that interests me, and so that's why I wasn't interested. Did you like that movie War of the Worlds that they did with Tom Cruise? I thought they did decently with it, but it wasn't
because I don't remember much about it, but I do remember a scene that was so. To your point, what I really liked is that Tom Cruise was like the only one with a car. And everyone was in this ravaged state. And of course, what would you do in a ravaged state? You would try and take the one supply that someone else has. And so it really was a good look at humanity in the sense of like, well, we're going to take this truck because why should you have the truck? And that was really good, that scene, because you want to watch a disaster and see, like I just watched the movie Greenland. You guys have seen that one or no?
No.
But Greenland had an interesting premise, which was, okay, so there's asteroids, there's comets and stuff that they're all watching on TV, and they're all saying, the news is saying, oh, the comets one might touch Florida, a fragment of a comet might, because it's coming so close to the Earth or whatever. But what the government has figured out is that it's an extinction level event that's coming, but they haven't said anything to any of the people yet. So there's the guy in it, I don't know if it was Russell Crowe or what, but it was the guy in it who's one of the main characters. He gets a text that says, hey, you've been chosen. You need to get to this facility and so forth. But I don't personally have a TV that does this, but when you get a text, it goes also onto your TV as well. I don't know if it's some thing. So anyway, he's having like a Super Bowl kind of party, and he gets the text and it goes on his TV that says the world's about to be over and we need to get you out. And all of the rest of the people are like, what about our family? And he's like, I don't know. So then he starts to pack up really quickly and they start to pull out of his driveway and his neighbors kind of surround him like, take me. Don't, like, you can get what you should be able to get, because it's like him and his wife and a kid. They're like, listen, if you can't take me, then at least pretend that my daughter is your other child. It was really kind of a weird moment, but it was real though. Like that's what you'd be like, how do I deal with this moment? Right.
I actually was close to a moment like that in real life. Years ago, whenever Katrina hit New Orleans and stuff, there was another hurricane coming to Houston maybe a few months after that. And now the heightened awareness of what could happen, everybody was freaked out. So we evacuated with millions of people. And we got stuck in traffic for over 24 hours, just sitting in traffic, running out of gas. And, you know, you'd see people on the side of the road, and there were people starting to become desperate and stuff. After about 48 hours, we were close. We were like right on E. And my cousin, we finally got a hold of my cousin who lived nearby, and he said, let me meet you here and I'll bring gas, because he had gas cans, you know, redneck. So he was prepared. And we pulled into this gas station, which was completely out of gas. But all these people were out of gas too, so they were just stuck there. And he shows up and starts putting gas in our gas tank, and people just start moving toward us, like, "Hey, you have any extra yet?" Like, real quick. And suddenly, like, we were feeling nobody was threatening us, but that moment, like, this could turn into something really bad.
You're the only resource, yeah.
And my cousin is like 6'4", huge, kind of mean looking, sweetest guy you ever know. But he turned around and was like, "Get back," and like intimidated people to get back. So I'm like, I'm glad you're huge, dude, because this could have turned into something bad. You could see the desperation. Luckily, it didn't last more than that. Beyond that.
I actually thought about it. Was callous at the time and I wasn't going to do it, but I was like, Katrina made me think of a game idea where someone's really good and has to do something despicable, like you don't have what you need, so you have to steal. Like, say, taking a doctor that would never do it, never break into a house or boat, but doing that to try and see if you could kind of blur the lines a little bit about someone who does something.
That's the kind of stuff that really interests me with movies that are like zombies and stuff, like taking characters and pushing them and seeing how far they'll go and all that. And some of them have lines, some of them go over the lines. It just like, you know, Mandalorian, you know, the whole idea, at least from what's his name point of view, Bill Burr's character's point of view, is like, you know, eventually every line you have is going to be pushed away until you just you be that guy that does whatever he has to do to, you know, go to sleep at night. You know, it's really interesting when I see character development and stuff like that.
There's definitely some. I'm not going to wreck any more of Greenland, but if you check it out, they actually pushed that so much that I was like, you know, it kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse. So you're just like clenched, like, oh my god, it can't get worse. They can't do it again. But they did a lot of those scenes where you were facing sort of like the clock's ticking down, the survival mode is on. What the heck, you know? It's pretty good.
Makes me think of was that Mist? Did you ever see the movie Mist?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't.
Ooh, you need to see that movie. It's a good movie. It's really good. But it's kind of a Cthulhu-ish kind of thing. Mist comes over a town, and then like these creatures are coming out of it. And of course, there's an army base, and that's where it's kind of originated. But they never really get into any of that stuff. It's really just about how the human beings are dealing with that story and stuff.
Yeah.
Ooh, there's some dark and interesting moments.
Do you think that's why M. Night was so successful for a while? Was that he didn't focus on he was focusing on maybe the minutia of someone or characters in the middle of, say, the cornfield versus like telling you the whole thing? I'm trying to figure out, you know, he was really good at a certain part of those kind of horror movies.
In my opinion, the thing that he did wrong was after his Sixth Sense success, the next movie had the twist. He shouldn't have done a twist. Everybody was just expecting a twist halfway through the movie. Everybody went like, yeah, we know what this is. Because you're expecting it, right? The twist should have been there's no twist. It's an interesting movie. And then the next movie had a twist. You know, I didn't like another movie of his until, well, That's not true. Unbreakable was a really good movie, right?
Yeah.
But the one I really liked of his, which most people dislike, is the lake one, and I can't remember what it's called now. It's the one where the girl is found by this apartment guy that runs an apartment, and
Lady in the Lake.
Lady in the Lake. That's it. Yes.
I don't think I saw that one actually.
Yeah, I really.
One guy had the bigger arm.
Yeah. I liked it because it didn't have a
Lady in the Water.
Lady in the Water. Thank you, Don. I liked
Lady
it
in the
because
Lake
it
is
didn't
our
have
third.
like a twist at the end. It was a twist with every character, like who that character was became a new twist. It was just you were learning things throughout like he broke his own little formula he was trying to work with because he realized, okay, people are expecting this; it's not working anymore.
Right.
I think The Village did it great.
The Village is the one I'm talking about where I'm like halfway through. I was like, oh, I know what this is.
Oh man, it was so good.
I thought it was a good movie, but knowing that,
It's kind of twisted again.
knew it was coming. Yeah. And I'll even say that when I watch movies, I'm as blank-minded as I possibly can be. I'm not the kind of person like, I wonder what they're going to do here. I wonder what they're like trying to figure it out and stuff because I don't want to spoil it for myself. But I'm just watching and I'm like, oh, it's this crap. I just guessed it. I hope it's not that. Yeah, it's that kind of thing.
I was really interested to see the Unbreakable, like the you know how he did. There was a Unbreakable, and there was another movie, and then they came together.
And then Mr. Glass, yeah.
Yep.
That was pretty interesting.
Those were really good. If you watch all three together, which I did, rewatched Unbreakable, then I watched Split, and then watched Glass right after it. It's just really good put together.
Yeah, that was an interesting.
And then there's The Last Airbender. Do we want to talk about that?
Did you guys ever watch the series?
Mm-mm.
Excellent series. I've watched it twice now, and then the series that comes after it, Korra, The Legend of Korra, I think is actually even better. And what's really interesting is they advance technology-wise because it's 50 years later kind of thing. And it's in that. Did you ever see The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise?
Yep.
You remember how they had like Japan with samurai, but at the same time next to him would be like a guy in a suit with a top hat. Like it was that weird mix, like they were integrating the modern look kind of thing. So it's that kind of feel in the core one. But man, they're really good I would suggest seeing those. Not the movie, but I would suggest seeing the cartoon. I think they're on Netflix. You guys should watch those.
You guys have adding stuff to my queue, man. I got too much stuff I gotta watch.
I know this episode, I've gained a lot of things that I definitely have to add. So because I mentioned in pre-show that I've been just like, okay, what do I have Voodoo where I'm like ready to get anything but a Marvel movie in because I have all, like I'm like, let me go somewhere else. So I did like John Wick and I was like, let me just go through those again. And I did, I was mentioning that I just suddenly went Hunger Games and then, okay, that wasn't great to go through again. But I also had like, you get like this, I want to see that speaking of Tom Cruise, I wanted to go see The Edge of, what's the Edge of?
Edge of Tomorrow?
Great.
And I rewatched that one and I was like, it didn't disappoint the second time either. It was
great.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was so surprised by that movie because we just went to go see a movie, some action movie, just to eat popcorn and see a stupid movie in the theater. And I was like, Tom Cruise. Yeah, he makes fairly good movies.
They're all right.
And then after the movie, I was like, I didn't know it was going to be that good. It was amazing.
Yeah, that was good.
I love walking into movies and not expecting much and coming out blown away.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen all the time, so.
Yeah, Edge of Tomorrow was great. There was talks about the second one. They were doing a sequel, but
oh yeah,
I almost kind of don't want to. It's kind of like some movies shouldn't have you shouldn't have a sequel to Forrest Gump, right? There's some movies that just should be.
Okay, well, in that vein, then let's talk about a sequel. Should they have made Matrix 2 and 3, or should they have left it alone?
I could see an argument for leaving it alone. I actually like 2 and 3.
Yeah.
So I don't mind that it exists, but I could see an argument for leaving it alone because it was a nice,
It was
good movie.
100% complete movie and was awesome.
The thing that saved 2 and 3 for me was the way they ended it. I thought was brave. It wasn't just complete destruction of one side. It was actually like negotiation. Like what? I thought that was a brave way to end it. So
I can't remember if they're still there. They are talking about a 4, right?
they're making it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's being made.
I'll I guess I would just watch all any Matrix. So I guess they should just keep going. I don't care. Even if the same thing with when I went through Die Hard, right? I was like, I'm gonna go all the way through the Die Hards again. And even though it doesn't, nothing can hold to 1 and 2, right? That were really good. It doesn't matter. It's just watching a great character over and over is fine.
I actually liked 4 more than 2.
Did you? Yeah, 4 is pretty
good. Die Hard,
Free,
Die Hard. Which one?
Is that the tech? The
the one with the hacker kid.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was
for me. It goes 1, 4, 2, 3, and then 5 never happened.
Yeah.
Maybe. 1 is one of the best Christmas movies ever.
It is 100%.
It's the best Christmas movie. Yes.
Christmas Vacation by far, but Die Hard is up there.
Yeah. I would put.
No, not by far.
Christmas Vacation by far.
Christmas Vacation is great. So many good scenes. So many good scenes.
Yeah, Gremlins is good. Elf is great, but nothing touches Christmas Vacation. Christmas Vacation.
Something that I thought was really interesting when I was watching those again, and I was watching number 3, which I don't think it's that great, but at the same time, Samuel Jackson's great. So watching Samuel Jackson is fun as well. But it's very interesting watching. I think I watched. This is back in the middle of 2020, actually. So when I was watching it again and seeing the opening scene where they're sort of Samuel Jackson's making a commentary on how effed up the race relations are, and you're watching it going like, it's still effed up. And here they are. It was really amazing for me to watch the Die Hard movies and look at how well they cast actors of different races, which to me was a big deal. Like I was like, they really actually did not shy away from having really strong characters of different races, which is great. It holds up because it's real. They took care to make sure that was good.
So something I realized a while back about Die Hard, which is interesting. Die Hard 1, he's in a building. Die Hard 2, he's in the city. Die Hard 3, he crosses state lines. Die Hard 2, he's in an airport. Die Hard 3, he's in the city. Die Hard 4, he crosses state lines. And Die Hard 5, he goes to a different country. It's like it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So Die Hard 6 has got to goes to space.
Right? It's got to be space.
It's actually called Die Hard in Space.
Yeah.
I would watch it. Bruce Willis is getting up there. I do this thing where if I am searching for a movie, my biggest sort of category is the tomato meter above. I'd say usually I'm looking for 70 or an 80, but if it's above 50, I'm okay. Like I'll go, okay, this is the popcorn movie. And so I forget what current movie Bruce Willis is in, but it was like at a tomato 28 or something. I'm like, I can't even for Bruce Willis because I know
he's in a few bad movies. Yeah, sure. I did see him in a recent movie. What was it? What was the guy from Ed Norton? It had Ed Norton in it. It's something like Mulholland Falls or something. It's 1930s kind of gangster, private detective kind of movie. Man, I wish I could remember what it was called. Anyway, he did such a really good small part in that. And I realized there's a lot of movies that Bruce Willis does where he just does a little small part and then steps out. And I wonder if he's just doing, oh, cool, give me a few $1 million for 2 days worth of shooting and I'm out, and that really builds up his list, right?
Yeah.
It's not a bad way to do it, I guess. Motherless Brooklyn, that's what it was called. If you like film noir movies, which I love film noir movies, get that one. And Norton plays this guy who is like a private detective, but he has a speech impediment, like stutters real bad and stuff. And of course, that makes it hard. Nobody's sensitive to that in the 1930s. It's pretty interesting.
I hadn't heard of that one.
Yeah, I saw it on Amazon Prime.
It's funny because we've mentioned some movies tonight that, like, when we were talking about 12 Monkeys, like I had forgotten he was in that one, and he's in Pulp Fiction. You're right. He's in like these, he's in roles that stand out when you add them all up together. It's pretty amazing.
It's funny. I've heard that he's not fun to work with, really. Like,
unfortunate.
Yeah, he has this very like, I'm Bruce Willis kind of thing about him. Because I saw this thing where Kevin Smith was talking about Die Hard 4, because he directed Die Hard 4 and kind of wrote some of it and stuff. That's why he's in it. And he said, like, I'm not going to repeat it because you should look it up, because he does this whole stand-up comedy thing almost on his interactions with Bruce Willis. But just like the stuff that he says, he just has this kind of, I'm coming in here, I'm Bruce Willis, I get to do whatever I want to do kind of feel. And that's unfortunate because, if you've ever met like a celebrity that you're interested in or love what they do, and then they just kind of like have that attitude, I don't know.
It's funny, Brad's chiming in that his best role is Corbin Dallas in Fifth Element. And Fifth Element definitely came in when we were making Mission Catastrophe. Brad's a huge fan of Fifth Element. I'm a huge fan of Fifth Element. I don't know why that movie works. It shouldn't work. No, because you talk about Godzilla and Kong, and there's like this goofy, dumb things in it. And then you look at the way the government is acting in Fifth Element, and you're like, it's just so many bizarre things that shouldn't work. It just shouldn't work. But it somehow is fine.
Great.
That movie is so weird. You're right. It should not work. Even the soundtrack. I got the soundtrack whenever that movie first came out. The music is weird. Like, you try to listen to the soundtrack, it like your brain is kind of like, what is going on here? But kind of liking it at the same time. You don't know why.
So
like,
we had
this together.
We had this thing when we were starting to make the production files of Mission Catastrophe. We had a weekly. Everybody in the Slack had to watch a movie, and we would come back and kind of talk about the movie. And so we said, okay, this week's assignment is Galaxy Quest. Everyone's got to like soak it in, and let's like see if there's any parts of Galaxy Quest that are like we want to capture. And then one week we were like, okay, Fifth Element, and then I had not seen the Valerian, so we decided to do that one. And that one just is an example of how Fifth Element didn't work out. I mean, Valerian was like really visually amazing. But then
this is the best part of Fifth Element.
I mean, he was hilarious. Gary Oldman is fantastic.
Yeah, Valerian was really weird, right? It was beautiful to look at on a huge screen, but I don't remember anything about it.
I told our graphic designer on Mission Catastrophe, I said, listen, if you look at the first couple scenes of Valerian and then just stop, the tech in there, the screens and the way that the graphics are being shown and the whole virtual, like they do a whole holographic world at first. It's awesome. Yeah. But then the movie just goes, I don't know, it doesn't go anywhere. I
don't want to watch it again because I remember just thinking afterwards, like, that was beautiful to look at, but story-wise.
Yeah, that is what I think that movie is. Yeah, so... by the way, I was going to say that when I look at Bruce Willis's credits, because I was looking them over, I was like, man, I can go back the whole list and go, I remember when Hudson Hawk, which is a bizarre ass movie.
Love that movie.
Oh my God, so great, that movie.
I've seen that movie like 20 times. I don't know why, but I love it.
I know. He's in such great Great movies.
And it did not do well critically, but it's
Oh, no.
like, I don't know why I have gone back to it several times since.
At the time, I think I worked at Blockbuster Video, so we would stock the movies on the shelves, and they would always have the week they came out, it would be all the front cover, facing out as many as they ordered for the store. But then Hudson Hawk went down to one copy very fast. Like it didn't do anything there.
It's weird.
When were you working at Blockbuster? Let me pry a little bit here.
Yeah, the Blockbuster was. I have to go back to think about that. That was like my first job. So I guess we're talking 1990 or earlier than that, a little bit earlier than that, maybe. Because I got a job before it was like, I forget what the legal age was, but I just said, hey, my parents asked if I could have a job, stocking the tapes or whatever, and I was such a noob at jobs back then. Because I'll give it a good example. So they had this. I had like the store that was in Illinois was a test store. So it was one of the biggest stores they had outside of Florida, and they would test. One of the things they tested was they had a kids play center in the middle of the Blockbuster. It was awful because parents would just drop off their kids and go into the mall, and you'd have to pay attention to their kids, which of course. It was awful. But anyway, they had this thing where every month they had to do inventory, right? You had to scan every tape. And to be fair, inventory had to be done when no other customers were in the store. So they'd have to wait until midnight. So the month ends and you wait till midnight, and then they say, all right, listen, someone's going to have to be scanning. It's probably going to take us from midnight to 6 a.m. And I know that's a brutal shift. So in order to make it fair, we're going to draw straws on which month everyone has to do inventory. But I was a young kid and I had headphones on, and I was just like, I'm going to scan everything. And I went faster than everyone. And then my boss was like, well, since you did so good at that, we're going to put you on inventory every time. Why did I go fast? What the heck was that? I should have done the worst at that job.
Yeah, I remember being one of my first jobs as a graphic designer at a university. Like the first week, I had one of the other graphic designers come by and go, man, you're doing a lot of stuff. You need to kind of slow down a little bit. We don't go at that pace over here, and I don't want you setting that pace expectation. I was like, oh, well, okay. And he's like, you need to chill out, play on the internet a little bit. Like, okay, sure. And sure enough, 10 years later, I'm telling the same thing to somebody else at another studio I'm working at or something. Like, oh, slow down a little bit.
Yeah.
That's funny.
It's an easy trap to fall into for sure.
Well, yeah, I mean, because you go in real hot wanting to make the best, but you can't keep that level up, shoving 12 hours of work into 8 hours, and then, a year later, you're going to be burnt out if you do stuff like that. So it's good advice, really.
So, Mike, when you were asking, did you work at Blockbuster then?
I did.
Yeah.
99 to 2001.
Yeah.
But man, you started talking about inventory, and all those horrible flashbacks came back. Oh.
I have another. Here's another Blockbuster story that I repress sometimes, but it's so funny. So they have a computer system where you can type a comment about someone. It's a private comments, right? So if you wanted to, guy comes in the store every night at 11:59 and argues that he didn't know it was due. You can write a note saying this customer has tried to pull this shtick a couple of times. The guy knows they're due. So I wrote...
Rocking the same system at the end of the decade. The same exact thing you're talking about.
Yeah.
Still.
I mean, so I remember writing some real creative doozies about customers. Stuff that would not be cool. I would say like, this guy's a total asshole. Whatever I would write in there. And so one day, my boss knew that I wrote those, and usually I'd make like some fun stories about people and whatever. And he was amused by them, I think. But we got a new employee, and he's at the register, and the customer comes in, and I was arguing with him, and he reads the comments, and he goes, "It says here you're an asshole." And I was like flabbergasted. He said the internal thoughts. He told the guy what we said. And I was mortified. And my boss comes over and he patches it up with the customer. He's like, I'm so sorry. This is a terrible misunderstanding, blah, 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 blah. And he turns around and he goes to the guy who just spoke out loud. He's like, you're fired. And then he said to me, he's like, watch it. But he did let me go, which was amazing to me. He did not let me go. He was just like, listen, the guy who's too dumb to not say it to the person, you get out of the store right now. And to me, he was like, okay, you could just tone this down just a little bit.
We would do it to mess with each other. We had a very local store early, and we knew everybody. And the people that we knew were those that were like, "Nah, man, like I know you. I say this all the time, but I swear it was in before noon." Like, but we'd have comments in there that so we'd know the people that we'd want to hit their account and make it like they're gonna come up, a couple times a week, and we would make it so. Like there were stories about gnomes in there, like just to make it so when you pull up their account, you got to read it because there it is on the screen, and now you got to try not to laugh because it says the person. It was just hysterical.
Yeah.
Oh, such a lizard person.
To play with. Huh?
Say stuff like, "Is really a lizard person."
Oh yeah, it was just so much fun to see.
This is why when Clerks came out, I was like, this movie is right on the money for what this feels like.
Yeah.
It just has this vibe of like when you come in and you get these regulars that just do the crap that they did,
Yeah, my first job was at an ice cream shop in the mall. And so we just, every customer, the minute they walked away, we'd be like, "Oh, did you blah, blah, blah." They said, we just tear them apart. And watching Clerks, they talk about the minute you walk away, they start talking about you.
Yeah.
Did you see what they were wearing?
So now I'm picturing Chris dressed up as Steve from Stranger Things. A little hat.
Hey, with the hair?
Oh yeah, with the flowing locks.
You wouldn't like me with hair. Looks horrible.
Oh man. It's a good topic. Maybe you guys can go on another episode, odd jobs, because I had so many random, crazy, weird jobs.
Do those jobs influence your designing or development? Do you see that diagram kind of overlapping at times? Or like, yeah, that's got to be in here?
I don't know. I think that life experience wise, I tried like everything. So I think that to some degree, that means that I'm willing to let a game go somewhere, right? Like, let's let it. I had this one job. Oh my God, it was amazing. Where all I had to do was inventory the back of the USC bookstore, but I was for a third party, so I could go in there whatever hours I wanted, and I had to just tell them however many hours I worked, and they just trusted me. And I think that, to some degree, when I sort of broke down and said I don't want to work for these very strict companies, because I was used to jobs that I had the autonomy to kind of do what I needed to do and be trusted, and that's why I so much felt like the creative fields where I was being trusted to let me go do something. That definitely had an influence, right? Because I did do the very strict ones. I had a job where I was in LA and I was in a suit every day in an investment banking firm. I had that compared to working at TCBY. So I've seen like this. I was like, oh, I don't want that. And so when I'm playing a game, I don't want certain games either. I think when we were making Rise of Tribes, I was telling Brad, I don't want restrictions. I don't want this game to feel like it has things that are telling me what my hand limit are, because I don't like that feeling.
That's funny. What you were just saying about the suit thing. I was I was a graphic designer at a studio that was working with oil companies and stuff like that. But I was the only one for a while because they had to hire some new person because they lost like 2 or 3 people all at once. And they never told me why, which makes me kind of weary, but needed a job. So and I would come in with like button-up shirt, but not tucked in. That kind of style, like loose, but it's like a nice shirt, and not slacks, but it's comfortable basically. And I was there for about 2 years before they hired another guy. He came in, kind of wore the same clothes and stuff. Another year passes by, they hire another guy, and he comes in tie, tucked in shirt, all that stuff. And suddenly all the people above us are like, why aren't you dressing like this guy? And I go to the guy and go like, you better not come in here with a tie because you're messing it up for the rest. I've been here for 3 years. No one's ever mentioned a tie to me. And I'm not wearing a tie.
Kind of like that person that gets hired to do inventory and does it too well and makes everybody else look bad.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and the funny thing about the dress code is I went from the investment banking firm and I went to Disney after and I dressed in a tie. And the first day they were like, you don't wear that here. You get into regular
places, yeah.
Start wearing a t-shirt and shorts before you get in here next time. I was like, wow, okay, sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Some creative places, like the most I ever got dressed up for when I worked at a video game studio was for the interview, and even then didn't wear a tie. And when I realized I was even overdressed then, when the guy across from me, who was also there for another interview, was wearing a Ghostbusters jacket. Wow. And he had fake men right there and stuff. And I said, we're still friends. So it's still.
I mean, I've had the uniform job, so I can appreciate when you watch like Office Space and you got the flare.
Mm-hmm.
Because I get that because the Blockbuster had a uniform, and I worked at a restaurant. I worked at Islands, which is in LA. You had to wear a tropical shirt the whole time. So I know the ones that are you have to restrictive in a category, and I've decided those are not for me.
You don't like the royal blue with the yellow collar and the khakis? That's not a good look.
I did that for a while. In fact, it probably rubbed off. I mean, there's a while where I was only wearing polos, and I forgot that I could stop that then.
That's like you just walk around every day with a name tag. Oh, wait, I can stop wearing those now.
That blows me away when I'm like, it's Saturday and I'm at the zoo or something, and someone's dressed as if they're at the office. I'm like, what are you doing? You're not at the office. You could just be wearing a onesie right now if you wanted to. Just why?
Trust me, I had such a polo thing for a while, and I might still, that I would be in a regular store and someone I always get the person who thinks I work there and ask me where the thing is and the whatever. I get that all the time.
Go to Target on a Saturday wearing a red polo.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Well, I did. At one time, I just finally I was sick of it. And I was in a department store in a clothing section, and someone asked me where something was. And I was like, yeah, it's right down there. And you take a left, and then you can't miss it. You go 2 floors down. I was like, I made it up because I was like, I don't care anymore. I can't take
a bad review. Employees don't know their own store.
There's a 1 star there somewhere for that store.
Oh, that's funny.
That's funny.
All right. Well, I got to cut it off. It's you're definitely going to hold on to this title for a while.
2.5 minutes before the 4-hour mark. You're going to cut it off now?
Oh yeah. I'm going to do it. No, I won't do it if you don't.
3:59:59. All right, we're done.
Entertain us for 2.5 minutes.
I can tell you another weird job. I'll tell you. Here's another job story. I worked at so I said I worked at TCBY, right? It was a little bit of a food court. And so it was the TCBY and the Jamba Juice. And so I was working the TCBY. I was by myself. And I was wheeling out the cart of stuff. It was like strawberry sauce and chocolate sauce and all that stuff. And getting the ice cream machines ready. And I hit a bump. It was like in the back kitchen, which is connected to all the restaurants. I'm coming out from the fridge, and I hit a bump, and the strawberry sauce goes whoosh, all over the floor, right? And the guy who runs the Panda Express comes over, and he looks at it, and he goes, "Did anyone else see this?" And I was like, "No." And he's like, "You can scoop that right back in the container." And I was like, "I'm never eating at your place ever again," because it's just.
Oh man.
Yeah. There was the food service jobs all have those kind of things that go on, and you just
sure.
Yeah, I didn't eat at a mall for years after I worked in one. Yeah. I know what goes on back there.
Yeah. I mean, those I worked at I think I did a movie theater with the nacho cheese machine too. So it's like those things are awful and nasty, but I still thought it was better than working in a job where you had to fold clothes exactly or something. I was like, well, at least I'm not doing that or this or whatever.
Did you get to watch movies when you worked in a movie theater?
I did, yeah.
Free
You,
tickets?
you just go in and watch them and stuff like that. It was a small benefit to the sticky ground that you had to clean up and the random food people brought in and it was
Yeah.
Cool. It was
All
okay.
right. All right. I'm going to end it here.
All right, fine.
If I can end it before the. No, I'm kidding.
I would dare someone else to take the 4-hour spot from me. You guys, it was great to do this show. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I think a challenge has been made. He just challenged future guests to make it to the 4-hour mark. Wow.
I might cut him off beforehand because it is midnight here. I know it's 1 where Mike is, and I think it's only 10 where Peter is. Is that right?
Yeah, I still got plenty of game making to do tonight.
No, this has been great, Peter. Thanks for taking the time, the 4 hours out of your day while you're doing all the fun, fancy publishing design stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I want to put this up one last time. Although if you've lasted this long, you probably already know about it, but just to remind everybody.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Coming later this year, and we'll have plenty of opportunities for anyone who does watch till the end. We have plenty of opportunities for people to get in on interactive things, special cards and contests and puzzles and all sorts of cool things we're going to do. Like we like to do is keep the community involved in our game making. So
I'm in.
Cool. Can't wait. All right. Well, thanks, Peter, for showing up.
Brad Brooks, that looks cool.
What was that?
Brad Brooks says that one looks cool.
Oh, yeah.
He's helping make it. So I hope so.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I knew we could go on forever. I think Aaron even said that this would be like a 7-hour episode because, we could talk forever about this stuff. But maybe we'll have to have you on for another episode sometime and just keep going, see how long we can keep this up.
Cheers. You guys have a good show.
Thanks. Next week, I think it's just me and Mike. We like to go back to just us with no guests sometimes to see if we still like each other.
I will try and eventually write you guys a series of games that are based on poorly described games so that you guys can both play.
That'd be fun.
That was a good one.
Yeah, I don't know if we should do it here or put it in the Facebook group because those are fun too. But
oh, yeah, we can do Facebook, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Okay.
Check out our Facebook group, our Discord. Also, when we do have a link from Peter, for anyone watching this not live, we'll eventually put it in the description down below where that'll be. So we will update the description then.
Cool.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, thanks for watching. We're past the 4-hour mark, so we can make Mike happy.
It's going to keep getting better. It's just going to keep. We have scrollers on the bottom now. You're reminding people to like and subscribe. This is amazing. The only thing is I was out of my drink way too early, so I might have to start.
Yeah, we'll have to work on that.
Yeah.
Well, luckily I didn't have to use the restroom halfway through this one. Hopefully you couldn't tell, but there is a point halfway through our last episode where it's just me and Mike, where I had to use the restroom and I knew I still had like an hour and a half to go. I was like, I'm not going to rush the episode. I'm just going to hold it. And I was looking through trying to find the face because at a moment I was just like I knew it was like, oh no.
That should be the contest for next week. People watching watch the last video and come in at the time where you made that face.
Yeah.
Oh man.
All right. Well, thanks
for the podcast.
Take
it easy. The Confessions of a Podcast vidcast.
All right. Bye, everybody.
All right. Cheers.
See you guys. Did everyone leave before locking it down? Such amateurs on this show. Jeez.